Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council would please come to order. Will the clerk call the roll, please, to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Tao? Here. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Here.
Vice Mayor Maple?
Here.
Councilmember Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Vang? Here. I expect Councilmember Kaplan and Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes momentarily. Mayor Steinberg?
I am here. If it's okay, I will lead us tonight in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance. Or would you like to do it, Councilmember Tao? Why don't you do it? Yes, please. Thank you.
Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu Valley and Plains Miwok, Putwawintu peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, may we acknowledge and honor the native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation of Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contribution, and lives. Thank you. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for those of you who are here, those of you watching either online or on the cable television. We have a very important agenda tonight. Hi, Helen. Thank you, Lainey. Okay, I understand there are about 50 people still waiting to get inside, and so we will make sure, of course, that anyone who is trying to get in that is not in yet gets a chance to participate and speak. I know there is one item that I want to, item 16, that I want to make sure is continued 1 week, please. And then ask my colleagues here on the consent calendar, are there any items you either want to vote on separately or speak about separately?
Calendar number 9.
Number 9. Right. Any other, Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes, I have a question on item 8, and I'd like to pull item 14. I believe it's supposed to be pulled by staff, but I'd like to make a comment before it's pulled, if that's appropriate.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor. Staff has requested item 14 is pulled.
Okay, but it's appropriate for the Councilmember, of course, to make a comment. Councilmember Kaplan.
Just a quick comment on item 13.
On 13. Okay, let's go then back in. Well, do we have public testimony on the consent calendar? Yes. We do not. Okay, then let us go in order. Councilmember Valenzuela, comment on item 8.
A question really for staff if they're available. I don't see anyone from fire or finance, or I guess fire.
This whole person care?
I just wanted to know how much estimated annual net gain to the city this item would bring. It wasn't super clear from the staff report, so.
This was the whole person care pilot back from 2018 that the only city in the state other than Berkeley that got engaged in partnership with the federal government to draw down money to combat homelessness, and it helped a lot of people.
Chief, do you want to come? Chief Costamagna?
I didn't mean to put him on the spot. I thought finance might be here.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I don't have the item in front of me. I was trying to pull it up real quick, so I can get back to you.
Okay, that's fine.
With the number actuals.
Great, thank
All
you.
right.
I was just intrigued when it said we were paying for this out of general fund and that this would be an increased reimbursement of what the net gain would be to the general fund.
Net gain I'll get for you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Councilmember Guerra on item number 9.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the time here. One, I just wanted to thank our city staff and their partnership with California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation and the renewal of the fuel contract, the Sacramento Family Unity Education and Legal network that's worked with over 40 nonprofits to help our immigrant, refugees, and asylees. Not only is this core to our history of Sacramento and creating opportunities from so many who've come to Sacramento for an opportunity, but most importantly, the rights and that we are afforded to by our Constitution, by our state law, and by our local municipal law aren't there if we can't legally access them, have them accessible. And so the fact that we have legal services to help folks, I just wanted to put out a few stats for my colleagues and thank them again for their past support. But through the Know Your Rights program, over 17,000 individuals here in the city of Sacramento have received the education and training, including our educators and school officials. And over 208 individual Sacramento residents have received legal consultation for their particular status or questions on immigration, and whether it be that as a refugee or that as an asylee. And unlike other cities that unfortunately have not focused on this, we have helped transition people into status, making sure that they were prepared for their court hearing. And when other states sent folks over here with no information, we were able to help people find a path forward. So I just wanted to thank all of the providers, that have been partnering with this, and thank the city manager for moving through this. Also to remind folks that when we did ask for an audit of the contract, it came out with another glowing recommendation about how high quality of services and how we're providing a service to our Sacramento residents. And with that, Mayor, I'm just very glad about where we're going today. I know there's going to be a lot of conversation about that in another debate, but tonight Sacramento has no debate about what is the right thing to do for all of its residents, regardless of their legal status.
I want to thank you for your leadership on this, Councilmember Guetta. Really, not only helping to bring this to the council in the first place, but also for your continuing insistence that whether it's been traditionally a core function of city government, a lot of the people who live in our city are scared in some ways and depend on this really relatively modest, investment in making sure that their rights are protected as well. And thank you to the city manager as well for, working so closely with the council member and the community to see this all through. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go to item number 13. That's Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to do a brief pause because I know people are coming in and many might be here for item 18. Don't forget to put your speaker card in up front. If you're just showing up, I too, Councilmember Guetta, I learned about this in your advocacy for fuel. So I just want to say hooray. I'm really proud that the city of Sacramento invests in this program because I think it does so much work in an area people don't talk about. And they don't talk about it enough. But on item 13, I am using a discussion of the old Sacramento parking garage painting to bring up something that I know, Mayor, you are passionate about, and I want to tell you I am just as passionate about, because we need to invest in old Sacramento. We need to, and I know that you're in discussions with the city manager, and I look forward to, the A's are coming next year. And while they are in West Sacramento, Old Sac is a significant tourist destination. And I would like to see us a multi-phase, because I know prior to me getting on the council in 2019, there was an amazing kind of plan and a vision for how do we reinvest in Old Sacramento. And that has changed a little bit, pandemic and what it looks like. And I think we're going to have to take a multi-phased approach because it's not as cost-effective as it was in 2019. But city manager, look forward to how do we use our TOT funding for, a phase 1, phase 2, approach to really invest in Old Sacramento and make it ready for the A's. So I know I'm pivoting on the Old Sacramento garage, but I think this is a great opportunity.
Thank you.
Because I know you are working on this, and I just want to say publicly, I am very supportive because this is a chance to highlight the old city of Sacramento, 1849, and invest it so it is a economic driver for us. So I know that's coming.
In the month of October, I think I can fairly say, right? Probably.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Sometime before December. It is going to come forward, and this is a long realized dream and vision for our city to begin modernizing the waterfront, starting in Old Sacramento. And yes, it's a different plan than what we envisioned back in 2019 prior to COVID, but it is still public money. TOT, Measure N allows it, the use of our tourism tax for broader tourism functions, and we're going to engage the private sector and do something spectacular, and can't wait.
We got two sooner rather than later. The A's are coming, and we're going to have increased traffic, and that's where it's going to be regional partnership, not only on this side of the river, but the other side. So,
Well, and
City
also,
Manager.
I'll piggyback on what the mayor said. I think it was Councilman Guerra that asked us to take a look at connectivity between here and West Sac in preparation for the A's. We're working with RT, working with our team, the Kings, and the ownership group to make sure that we're ready for the A's when they come to town. So, yeah, all systems are go.
Perfect. I'm just lending my support of continued reinvestment to make sure that we highlight the city of Sacramento the way it deserves.
That's the ayes have it 1-0 so far, by the way. Okay. Thank you. All
I'll
right.
make a motion. Is there anything else?
I think Councilmember Valenzuela had item 14.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Continuing, removing 14 and continuing item 16 for a week, please.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Okay.
That's the motion.
That was
Councilmember Valenzuela.
the motion I was prepared to make, so thank you, Mayor. I'll second that motion. I wanted to give the colleagues a little context on item 14, and I want to first thank the City Treasurer's Office and the City Real Estate Team for jumping on a call with me yesterday. Colleagues, you may recall that when we purchased a building on K Street, there were some questions about the quality of the appraisal that we were given for that building. The same appraiser vendor was on this list of, I believe, 5 that the Treasurer's Office was seeking to enter into contract with. So I raised questions of whether we fully resolved the questions about that appraisal and what happened in that context. And so I wanted to use this opportunity to ensure my colleagues were aware of that, and also to request the city manager, whatever the appropriate venue is, whether it's closed session or open session, for us to just debrief that report. I don't think we've talked about it since the article, the SACB investigation came out, and I think it would warrant some further discussion, especially because the Treasurer's Office informs me that there aren't a lot of vendors who do what this firm does. So it's really an important thing for them to keep working with them, and I wasn't comfortable with that until we had a broader discussion.
I'm happy to take that back into closed session. As you know, this was part of a litigation settlement.
Yes.
And so I think it's appropriate to have it in closed session.
Okay, I agree.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's what we'll do then. Okay, the consent calendar has been moved with 14 and 16 being off, 16 coming back next week. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, oppose, abstain. Thank you. We now move to the heart of the meeting, and we begin with item 17 relating to our Department of Community Response. Okay, just gotta-
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I have a brief discussion on item 17. This item is listed as a discussion item because Government Code 54953 requires that we must orally report a summary of the recommendation for final action on salaries, salary schedules, and compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive. Item 3.1D applies to all unrepresented staff eligible for benefits, including all local agency executives, which includes charter officers and department heads, and is the only item in the report that falls under Government Code 54953, requiring an oral report. This item is being added to the unwrapped reso to ensure consistent language and benefits citywide. Item 3.1D states, effective the first paycheck of 2025 for plan year 2025, the city shall contribute 50% of the first $50 of premium increases up to a total city dollar maximum contribution of $25 per month, rounded up to the nearest whole dollar towards the cumulative total increase in premiums from plan year 2024 to plan year 2025 of the benchmark plans, $25 for Kaiser HMO, Delta Dental PPO, and VSP Basic Vision plans. The employee shall be responsible for any premium increases which exceed this amount. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor on this?
Oh, it's
After, let's hear the public comment on this item,
I have
please.
no speakers on this item.
Okay.
All right, with that, just want to move the item and hope this is a wonderful addition to the Department of Community Response that does amazing work in our community.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Now you can cheer. Thank you. Okay, excellent. That's excellent. Okay, we now move to, I think, the lead item for the night, and that is item 18, which is the Sacramento Children's Fund Strategic Investment Plan. We have the Measure L Commission here. And Monica, are you going to present with other commissioners?
City staff and chair.
So we're going to start with city staff. Go ahead. Why don't you kick us off for... Not everybody is in, so that's a good question. Maybe if we wait just one moment. I'm told there are about 40 people still outside. Do we want... Can the people who are outside hear hear the debate and the testimony on the inside? Okay, so I'm torn. Hold on, to maybe recess for 5-10 minutes, and allow everybody to come in because it's an important item to a lot of folks in our community, so that everyone can hear. And it sounds orderly. It's just taking a little bit of time. Is that okay? So why don't we take 15 minutes, 20 minutes to 6. We will reconvene, and we'll make sure that everybody is here in the chambers who wants to listen and participate. 5:40. We're in recess. Thank you. Yeah, if you're here, stay here. Don't go. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, the City Council is back from its brief recess. I'm told that everyone who was waiting in line who wants to participate in this discussion tonight is now in the chambers, and so that is great. Let us begin again with the city staff, then we're going to hear from the commission. I guess maybe I could make an opening comment or two. Come on up. No, it's okay, because then if I'm looking at you, I'll make it much shorter. I just there's going to be a lot of good, robust discussion tonight about so many needs on behalf of our young people in the community, and a new and exciting but finite resource. And the city staff and the YPC department works tirelessly on behalf of young people in our community. And this commission, this new commission born out of the community-led effort to pass a youth measure, Measure L, have been working their hearts out. And so I just want this to be a really good community discussion where we really listen to each other and we find ways to get as far as we can to help as many young people as we can in our community. That's the point here. Yes, sir. The how-to is what the people voted on and what we're going to talk about here tonight, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us. I am Renee Costin. I'm the program manager within YPSI and overseeing the Sacramento Children's Fund team. Thank you for having us here. I'm actually going to invite our chair, Monica Ruelas Mares, SAC Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission chair up here with me. And I'm also going to invite Chair Reyes Rios, Sacramento Youth Commission, up here with me. We will be presenting as a joint group, so it's going to be a little bit of back and forth, and we're happy to do so. So, to get started, just a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about today. So, an overview on Measure L. Our chair is going to talk about the historical context piece of it, community engagement, the strategic investment plan, some key decision points under that plan, and then strategies and solutions that the commission has brought forth as a recommendation to you all as City Council. And then we have time for some question and answers or direction from City Council. So, as we know, Measure L was passed in November of 2022. It is local cannabis business tax revenue from the general fund is utilized to determine the allocation for the Sacramento Children's Fund, but I do want to reiterate it's general fund dollars. It supports the youth development and violence prevention programs within our community. The funds are restricted to qualified nonprofits and public agencies. We have qualified organizations that must receive funds through an open, transparent, and competitive process. We are guided by a strategic plan adopted by City Council and developed by our commission. And we have an administrative cost cap within the strategic investment plan that starts at 20% and is reduced down to 10%. I also just want to take this time to make some acknowledgments to our community. As you can see, our community played an intricate part in the process of developing the strategic investment plan. They are here in numbers tonight, so thank you all for being here and being a part of the process. Our commissioners, yes. Our commissioners, both the Sacramento Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission as well as the Sacramento Youth Commission, are also here representing themselves and all the work that they did and put forth, and the many hours that I will tell you about that they put in to work on this strategic investment plan, which was a lot. Third Plateau, our strategic investment plan consultant that worked tirelessly alongside our commission and city staff. City Council, thank you all for being here and helping us get to the next step in this process. And our exec team of City of Sacramento, we've had immense support from our city manager, assistant city managers, our director of many departments. ODE has been a great collaborator in this process. Our auditor's office has worked tirelessly on the baseline expenditures, and many, many more who've played a pivotal role in developing this plan. I am now going to pass it off to our chair, Ruelas Mares, to talk about our historical context.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, community that is here present today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of you today, specifically on behalf of the commission. I did want to speak a little bit about the historical context of Measure L and how we ended up getting here. As many of you know, on July 2022, the City Council approved the proposal for the Sacramento Children's Fund to be on the November ballot, and in November of 2022, voters approved Measure L. As you all can tell, we are about 2 years after that. And so we're really eager to be in front of you here today, presenting this plan so that the funds can be allocated to community. I do just want to note that the coalition that put this together was diverse and intergenerational. Many of us started volunteering with Measure Y, Measure G, and Measure L when we were youth. And some of those youth have graduated into being parents of their own, raising their own kids here in Sacramento. And we believe in the potential of this fund to really have a positive generational impact. And so we're really excited to be here in front of you today. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our development and approval process. So it started with the establishing a 9-member Sacramento Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission. We then moved on to the SIP development by the commission in collaboration with Sacramento Youth Commission, Third Plateau, and city staff. The final approval and adoption will be by mayor and city council, and the daily implementation is going to be overseen by the Sacramento Children's Fund team, which consists of myself, Julie, Andrew, and Tamara, who are in the audience today. Just to give a little background of how much work that this group has put in, we had 15, I think maybe 16 commission meetings from February until August 22nd of 2024 to get this done. So I think it's just been an immense effort from the clerk's office, who's taken on many special meetings for us in Sacramento Youth Commission, city attorney's office, who's also helped us and guide us through the process, along with the commission members who have worked endlessly and spent time outside of their work and their families to contribute to what you all are going to be seeing today. So this is the timeline that we followed. Commission appointment happened in July of 2023. The strategic planning consultant was selected, Third Plateau, in September of 2023, and the first Sacramento Children's Fund Orientation Commission meeting happened in December of 2023. We conducted community engagement February to June 2024, but I will say that the community engagement has gone through August, as we've had a few town halls that we will talk about, and updating the community on what's in the strategic investment plan itself. We started drafting the strategic investment plan from May to August of 2024 very quickly, about 4-month turnaround. And on August 22nd, 2024, as I mentioned prior, the commission approved the strategic investment plan with their recommendations to come to council. We are now here, September 10th, and our plan for October through June of 2029 is to implement the strategic investment plan itself. I'm also just going to briefly overview our fund goals that are outlined in the measure itself. So supporting the mental health and emotional wellness of children and youth, preventing and reducing homelessness among children and youth, including youth transitioning out of foster care, preventing and reducing youth substance abuse, prevent and reduce youth violence, and supporting the healthy development of children's ages 0 to 5. I just want to mention that there's no hierarchy to the fund goals. All the opportunities for funding need to be received and reviewed overall, not as 1 through 4 or 1 through 5, et cetera. So now moving on to our community engagement. We conducted community engagement from February, as I said, to August 2024 in collaboration between Sacramento Children's Fund and the Sacramento Youth Commissioners and Third Plateau, our consultant, and this included surveys, interviews, community listening sessions with youth, parents, and other care holders. The draft SIP was presented at 4 town halls, which included Colonial Heights Library, South Natomas Community Center, Hagenwood Community Center, and Pinnell Community Center. I'm going to pass it off to Chair Ruelas-Mares and Chair Rios to talk about how the commission was involved in community engagement and the Sacramento Youth Commission was also involved in community engagement.
Okay, so just a little bit about the different phases of community engagement. We had one phase in which community engagement involved the survey, the interviews, and community listening sessions. And this phase specifically informed the research and landscape analysis, which is a supporting document to the strategic investment plan itself. And so from this phase, we specifically gathered barriers, challenges, and strategies to address the priority issue areas from youth directly, as well as parents and care holders. Phase 2 of community engagement involved informational town halls. The SAC Children's Fund commissioners, in collaboration with city staff and Third Plateau, presented the draft strategic investment plan at 4 town halls at the community centers named on the presentation. But I just want to give a shout out to our commissioners, and if they would please stand up. So we have 8 commissioners. 8 commissioners on the SAC Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission who were appointed by all of you to represent your districts. And I just want to shout out specifically Councilmember Kaplan's appointee, Gina Richardson, our Commissioner Gina Richardson, because I know that when we asked who from our commission wanted to lead the community engagement efforts, you really stood up and kind of took those efforts on. And we had a couple of other commissioners leading community engagement efforts in their respective districts. I know District 3 Commissioner Volma Bolsi, District 6 Commissioner Lillian Ghaffari, District 5 Commissioner Davon Thomas, and District 8 Commissioner Khalid Mutaki, and other community engagements efforts I know were done by District 4 Commissioner Shannon Williams as well. So just really excited that we were able to get our entire commission to engage their community members. As we all know, you all are really busy, and so it's really nice to have commissioners that you can lean on for that engagement. And I'm going to pass it over to Chair Reyes-Rios so that he can talk about his experience.
Thank you. So I had the privilege of myself of going to a Measure L town hall meeting. It was held at the South Natomas Community Center, and it was really nice to see that. Oh, I should probably put this down. It was really nice to see that there weren't even enough seats for how many people attended, and that's stuff that you really love to see at community engagement events. You want to see as many amount of community members engaging in policies as possible, and so that was very nice to see. I'd also like to highlight the work of the Sacramento Youth Commission. So far this year, we've dedicated half of our total meetings to joint meetings with the Sacramento Children's Planning Fund. This exactly shows how we were committed to the strategic investment plan and drafting it and making sure that youth themselves were heard in the implementation of it.
Thank you, chairs. So because we all love data, we have some community engagement data for, I just want to point out we did pretty much targeted community engagement, right? So we wanted to be really intentional about who we were interacting with and who we were hearing from and the feedback that we received. So for that first phase that Chair Ruelas-Mares talked about, we had interviews and focus groups. About 57% of them were youth, 4% from county, 14% parents, 5% city, 7% educators, 1% expert interviews, 8% CBOs, and 4% commissioners, for a total of 213 individuals engaged through our interview and focus group process. Simultaneously, we put out a questionnaire in April of this year, and we had a total of 262 respondents for that questionnaire. And then we also had 4 town halls with 101 participants at those town halls. 41% South Natomas Community Center, 11% Hagenwood Community Center, 24% Colonial Heights Library, and 25% Pinell Meadowview Community Center. I think South Natomas got the biggest bang for their buck at their town hall, so great job. Just moving on to individuals engaged by district. So we broke it out by district, 6% for District 1, 11% for District 2, 16% for District 3, 5% for District 4, 9% for District 5, 16% for District 6, 5% District 7, 15% District 8. The non-applicable 13% were for individuals that were from county, city, and or field experts that spoke from a broader perspective and may have not put in their specific zip code for us to align the district. Just to put that piece out there for our non-applicable. And then 3% were outside of SAC, 1% was unincorporated SAC, and 6% was District 1. So just going through some of the community's perspectives or challenges that we heard throughout this community engagement process. I'm not going to read off the quotes for you all, but I am just going to kind of summarize the substance use, mental health, and ages 0 to 5 need that was outlined. So what we heard from the community is there's a need for increased accessibility and use of vaping, fentanyl, and marijuana with low awareness of associated dangers. Usage linked to mental health issues and trauma. Youth identify this as a top issue with the post-pandemic rise in depression and anxiety. There's a need for more providers, better access referrals, and creative approaches beyond traditional counseling, and there's a lack of affordable childcare. Here are some of the community perspectives for the barriers that families and youth are facing that could benefit from the Sacramento Children's Fund itself. So just a low awareness of services, accessibility, housing availability, child care, a need for trusted and consistent services. I will say you'll see in the strategies itself that need is not only from adults, but from peers as well. That was a big emphasis that we heard, especially from our youth. And culturally responsive services, and lastly, transportation. And I'll give you a moment to read that quote if you so choose. And these are some of the strategies that came out of our community perspectives. As I had mentioned, youth-led, peer-led approaches were really important to our community. Emotional safety and support through relationships, safe and welcoming spaces outside of school and home, so there's third spaces for our families and our youth, and enrichment and skill-building opportunities. So now we're into the best part, the strategic investment plan overview. That is our Commissioner Thomas, that I think we surprised him that he's the face of the plan tonight. But I'm going to pass it back to both of our chairs to talk a little bit about equity before we get into our key decision points.
So obviously we know that the city of Sacramento has its own equity statement, but Chair Rios and I kind of want to give a little bit of perspective, both from the measure itself as well as our own personal perspective growing up in Sacramento. So the measure states that the funds should be used to support children specifically most impacted by poverty, violence, and trauma. And to identify these children, we, in the investment plan, we will actually recommend utilizing tools like the Sacramento Equity Explorer Design, SEED tool, and the Child Opportunity Index, the COI. These two tools each aim to identify the quality of resources and specific conditions that influence healthy development and life chances of children in the city's 152 census tracts. So it does give us data at the city level. We also include high priority populations, which are listed on page 27 of the strategic investment plan. And this means that programs that support children and youth are eligible to apply regardless of their place on this map. So again, regardless of the place on the map, if youth are experiencing all of the indicators that meet that need, then they would, of course, qualify for funding. But equity is important because although data is data, and of course numbers are really nice to look at, these numbers actually represent real young people. And I just want you to all to acknowledge that there are young people literally here in this room today that are going through some of these things that they need support with. Young people with their own experiences and voices. We cannot discount the individual and complex experience that youth of this generation have had from a historical context. Being born into a low-income community or underserved neighborhood is not a child's choice. Okay, and so we should be really acknowledging that when we're looking at specific neighborhoods to target. Young people make up over 35% of the population, and across districts, the experience of growing up in Sacramento isn't homogeneous. I know this because as I was growing up in South Sacramento, I never knew that my family was low income until I went to my undergrad at UCLA and started to recognize that there are people that are more privileged than I am. But the one thing that I did have was community and family that loved me. And so that's what built me up into the person that I am today. It's important to hear directly from families and youth their experiences and solutions that they propose for the problems that they face, because we as individuals do not know people's everyday problems and what they're going through, and so how can we know exactly what solutions to pose? So important to hear community voice, and so passing it off to Chair Rios to talk a little bit more about equity.
So first of all, I would like all the youth to give themselves a round of applause for all being here today. I believe it's very monumental that we have this much of youth presence in City Hall. It's really important that youth are getting involved in the policies that directly affect them. And so with that, I'll have a little message about equity. So I want to talk about how equity played a vital role in the base of the strategic investment plan. This was done after careful review of thorough data that can be referred to in the strategic investment plan. Keep in mind that this was a unanimous decision by the Sacramento Youth Commission and the Sacramento Children's Planning Commission. Yes, you heard that right. Over 10 extremely knowledgeable and active youth who were appointed by you all, who collectively represent all 8 districts of Sacramento, decided to choose equity. Not to mention the countless number of community members who agreed with equity as well. I know there are some people at home asking themselves, well, what about my district? Well, we can all assure you that there is no doubt in any of our minds that each district will get a piece of the pie. The question is, are we giving those in dire need their true fair share? An old educator of mine used to say, You cannot feed a field of flowers a spoonful of water and expect them to survive. I say that because that is exactly the situation we are in now. It is essential that we ensure that the most underserved areas in Sacramento are not getting spoonfuls of resources, but the buckets that they deserve. Because the last thing we want to tell the youth of Sacramento is to just deal with it. That is something I've been told many times, and it is exactly what propelled me to get active in my community. Because I realized that it isn't youth who had to deal with the inequitable distribution of resources, it's the decision makers. It is their job to ensure that funding is being equitably distributed, and that means approving the strategic investment plan. Because every day that money from the Sacramento Children's Fund is not being distributed, there are youth in Sacramento suffering with their mental health, using and being addicted to harmful substances, getting involved in violence, and not knowing how much longer they will be living on the streets. All of these issues I just named are issues that are in the strategic investment plan and that they intend to alleviate. We cannot wait for another youth suicide, youth overdose, or youth death caused by violence to do something. We need to act now. But I'll be honest, I see the light bulb at the end of the tunnel for youth. And I know this light can be turned on so easily if we collectively unite around the strategic investment plan and move it forward. But regardless of what happens tonight, I can assure everybody and all the youth here that the Sacramento Youth Commission and I will always fight for the youth of Sacramento.
Mayor, can I just say Reyes for president?
You can.
There's a debate going on. I think we just throw him on the debate stage.
I want to know if you want to deliver my State of the City speech next week. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, chairs, for sharing those impactful message to the group. Thank you. So moving on to our key decision points. So these are some of the key recommendations that we wanted to highlight that will be coming out of the strategic investment plan as a recommendation. So starting out with our fund goals and outcomes, these strategies are to achieve the needs and experiences of youth most impacted by poverty, trauma, and violence. I think that's probably the third or fourth time we've heard that tonight, but it really is the basis of Measure L. Investment recommendations include data sources and indicator tools to inform and identify target populations, sustain funding to support positive youth development and violence prevention outside of Measure L, funding structures, prioritizing sustainable and cross-cutting programs. For implementation, the Commission oversight and public accountability measures for equitable and transparent processes, annual service performance reporting aligned with YPC standards, and youth impact evaluation reporting and commission review. So within the measure itself, we do have to provide an annual report on some of the outcomes that we're outlining here and some of the strategies that we're hoping to achieve, as well as a 3-year review, comprehensive review of the strategic investment plan, and then at the 5-year mark, we do another review of the strategic investment plan. So funding overview. This is a brief estimated annual funds of $8 to $10 million. The Commission did decide for the SIP itself to utilize our 23-24 fiscal year amount of 8.7 and some change million dollars. 20% of administrative expenses come off the top of that for city staff and other entities that will be contributing to the strategic investment plan and implementation at 1.7 and some change million dollars, and the rest is for program investment at $7 million, approximately $7 million. This will vary over time depending on what the determined allocation is from our cannabis business tax at 40%. So I'll give you a chance to review that. And we are doing it by fiscal year, just to provide clarification beforehand, because that's what will be funding the program investment years. So for our fund allocation, these are some of the recommendations that came down from our commission and are included in the strategic investment plan. Multi-year funding, so 2 to 3 year contracts for stability through quarterly and annual reviews. So the plan is to do an initial 3.5-year contract and do another RFP process to do another 2 years to round out our 5 years. A funding breakdown of 65% of programmatic funding allocated to CBOs via an open competitive process. A grant cap, a minimum of $25,000 and a maximum of $500,000 to accommodate larger applicants and programs annually. And for guaranteed basic income, it's set aside 20% of program funding to support transition-age foster youth. So what that means for the overall program investment, I'm just going to go back to it really quickly. So for a program investment, 20% is coming out for guaranteed basic income off the top. So it's around $1.5 million for that piece. With the remainder, approximately $5.5 to $6 million, 65% of it included in the current SIP going directly to CBOs, and the remainder going to city programming. So just to give a little background on the guaranteed basic income and what it is and who's eligible to apply, it provides current and former transitional age foster youth with cash assistance to support basic needs. Who's eligible to apply? Current or former foster youth between the ages of 18 and 24. Current or former foster youth also experiencing homelessness, receiving homeless services. Income is at or below the 200% of the federal poverty level, may not be receiving guaranteed income from another program, and must be considered a resident of the city of Sacramento. A program model example would be to serve 100 youth with 3 years of monthly cash payments of $1,000, and that is currently what's included in the strategic investment plan, and you can refer to page 28 and 32 for more information on the guaranteed basic income program that's being proposed in the strategic investment plan. So I'm going to pass it back off to Chair Ruelas Mares to close this out with our priority populations, and then we'll review our strategies and we'll be all done.
Okay. I'll try to get through this a little bit quickly because I know it's up there already, but we have recommended the following priority populations be considered by demographic group, and so you'll see them named up there. And just to name a few that are also included in the strategic investment plan: children and youth and families who are low income, children, youth, and families who are Black, Indigenous, Latino, Southeast Asian, and from other marginalized identities, youth or families who are unhoused, children and youth who identify as LGBTQ, youth in or transitioning out of foster care, youth who are not currently in school or working, children and youth who have been involved in the juvenile or criminal legal systems, children and youth who are first-generation immigrants or refugees, children and youth with disabilities. However, as you can see, we also sought a data-informed way to measure the differences in the landscape of opportunity for children and youth across neighborhoods in Sacramento. And this is why we recommend using the COI and the Seed Equity Index tool, which each aim to identify the quality of resources, as I mentioned before, in the city's 152 census tracts. So these composite indices use more than 40 indicators in multiple domains to provide comparable measures of inequity across neighborhoods. I'll just name a few in case folks are interested in knowing what the indicators are. The availability and quality of neighborhood institutions, such as quality schools and nonprofits, peer and adult influences that help shape children's norms and expectations, neighborhood social structure and economic resources, such as the poverty rate, broadband, internet access, and mobility enhancing friendship networks, and the environmental quality as well, among many more. And I believe we are on to the next slide. So again, as you can see, this map here is showing the SEED tool at a 0 to 20 equity index level with an overlay of the Child Opportunity Index. This is used to support the notion that there are youth that are most impacted by poverty, trauma, and violence in specific neighborhoods in Sacramento. And so these areas would be considered priority consideration. However, it is encouraged for all entities proposing to serve youth particularly youth that are most impacted, to apply. So it's not limited to these areas, but these are considered the priority areas because historically, these are showing where youth are most impacted by what was just stated, again, poverty, violence, and trauma. And so we encourage the use of this tool because we think that from a data perspective, it does give us kind of a landscape and place-based analysis to include when we are seeking funding. Thank you.
All right, so just to briefly overview our strategies that the commission decided upon and agreed upon and approved for the strategic investment plan. So for our first fund goal, support the mental health and emotional wellness of youth. I'm not going to read every single one off, but increase mental health literacy, enhancing social, emotional, and behavioral learning, for prevent and reduce youth homelessness. We have direct and unrestricted cash assistance as a strategy, expanding housing programs, providing street outreach, for prevent and reduce youth substance abuse screening options, brief intervention, integrating harm reduction, and others. For preventing and reducing youth violence, we have community-based violence intervention, workforce development and employment. For supporting the healthy development of children's ages 0 to 5, we have promoting early learning and school readiness, being a champion of positive parenting skills and peer support, and expanding child care access overall. And then for our guaranteed basic income for foster youth, it's those unconditional cash transfers to current and former foster youth ages 18 to 24, and also providing public benefits and case management through counseling to ensure informed youth participation and accountability as well. And you can refer to pages 14 to 22 to see a broader outline of the strategies that are being proposed by the Sacramento Children's Fund Commission. So just looking ahead, here's a tentative implementation timeline, tentative because it's going to be very much based on how we move forward. So City Council adoption, we have slated for September of 2024. A request for proposals and applications, we're hoping to have out by October 2024, probably late October. The application review and award process will be happening during November to December of 2024. Funding awards will be announced hopefully by December of 2024. I apologize, there's a incorrect date there. And then contract negotiation and execution, we plan to conduct during December, January, probably into February, just depending on how responsive people are and how fast we get the process going of 2025. The first round of funding cycle will be from January 2025 to June of 2028, and the year 3 evaluation report will be happening in September of 2028. And that rounds out our presentation that we all had for you today. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to the community and to other city members for listening to us today and all the work that we've done. It's been a long road, but we traveled that road extremely quickly. And it's amazing that we were able to put together a well-rounded SIP to you all within the last 7 months or so. So thank you.
An excellent collaborative presentation, really thorough all around, both staff and commission. Thank you very, very much, and Youth Commission. You might have been the highlight, but I'm just saying.
No favorites.
No favorites. No favorites. We have a lot of people signed up to testify. We want to hear from everyone, and usually take the public testimony first, but I want to actually turn it over to Councilmember Vang, who I think we can fairly say has been the council leader, to talk a little bit about what we've talked about, process, and how we might proceed tonight and in the days, weeks ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. I know we're going to have a robust conversation tonight. I really just want to make some remarks, and we can then open up to public comment and then hear from our colleagues. First, I really just want to thank all the youth that came out today. I know we're going to get to hear from you briefly, and really looking forward to hearing all of you speak. Just really inspired and proud of each and every one of you for coming out, but especially Chair Reyes for your story, and really on behalf of all of the young people fighting the fight. Everything we do in this city is really to ensure we create the best opportunities for you, for all of you to thrive, but it's got to be led by young people, and it's got to be led by each and every one of you. I want to thank city staff, Renee, and also Sarah, for their hard work in staffing both of the Sacramento Children's Fund Planning Commission and the Youth Commission to really get us here, especially Renee, who hit the ground running to support the commission. Also want to thank all the commissioners who are sitting next to each other in one aisle right now. Shout out to my commissioner, Khalid Mutaki, Chair Reyes, and Chair Monica, and everyone on the commission. Thank you for your hard work. And to all the adult allies in the room, I want to just recognize you and our young people, and also a shout out to those that worked really hard in 2022 on the Measure L campaign that got us to this moment. I just want to uplift you and thank the voters who's watching this for passing this measure, because you knew that we got to get these dollars to our most vulnerable youth. So tonight, I am prepared to vote on this recommendation. I've watched the commission meetings. I've attended several of the town halls outside of my district led by the commissioners. I met with numerous community members, our youth, and I know they've put in the hard work for this plan and the funding allocation to be voted on tonight. At the same time, I have heard from several of my colleagues within my Brown Act bubble that they may not be ready to vote on the recommendations tonight, but maybe after they hear from me, they may change their mind. I don't know. So before putting a motion on the table, I do genuinely want to hear from my colleagues this evening, and I want to engage in robust public discussion on the recommendation presented from the commission, from both Youth Commission. But I'm not ready to make a motion yet, because I think engaging in that conversation is going to be really important, and I want to hear from my colleagues tonight. As I shared, nearly 8 months, I've watched y'all debate each other, right? Discuss about the investment plan and its allocation way longer than this mayor and council has, right? I think Chair Reyes and Renee and Monica share that over 15 commission meetings was used just to develop these recommendations. And so I just really want to center that, right? Because at the end of the day, this is about a plan led by youth and the people, and this is what we have that was presented today. I do believe personally that this plan, this recommended plan, and the funding allocation before us does put us on the path to get us there. It may not be perfect, but it put us on the path to get there. It's both equity focused, place-based, and people-based to ensure that we can reach all of our young people, but especially those that's impacted by poverty, violence, and trauma. And I look forward to the discussion tonight with my colleagues after public comment.
Yeah, and thank you. I just want to say, Councilmember Redding, thank you for your opening comments and for acknowledging that, paraphrasing, that this is really important, that there's been a lot of engagement, and that this is the first time that the City Council will have heard this, and that these are now my words. Whether or not we actually cast a vote tonight is less important, I think, than hearing from all of us, and I think that was the intent of what I heard Councilmember Vang say, hearing from everyone and making sure that if it takes another week or two, that we take the input of the colleagues and that we craft a motion and this is my bias, that as much deference as possible be given to the commission because of the hard work that they did and because of, I think, the soundness of a lot of what they put forward. But that's for us to discuss and debate, and that's the nature of the way Measure L was written. And so I'd rather get it right, and I know Councilmember Vang feels the same way, than do it quickly. So just in terms of expectations here tonight, let's have a great discussion and listen to all the input. Thank you. Let's hear from the public.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 47 speakers lined up to speak, so please do line up in the aisle if you can. Julie Roten, Sarita Cox, Crystal Harding, Nikaya Bell, Ignacio Taylor. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Julie Roten, Executive Director of Stanford Settlement Neighborhood Center, serving residents of District 1, 2, and 3 here with my colleague Heather Haight from the Greenhouse, also located in District 3. Want to take a moment to appreciate all the hard work of the commission, the city staff, the consultants, and most especially the youth commissioners. They've worked tirelessly to put this plan together, and it's quite impressive. During lean financial times in this city, I've born and raised here, prevention services always get cut first. Services for children and youth always get cut first. It's exciting to be able to see the city have the opportunity to invest for a change. Please keep equity in mind as you deliberate this evening. Our city is diverse, our neighborhood needs are unique. The solutions that we come to must also be unique. To add on top of that, kids need different things at different times and seasons in their lives, and we hope that however you deliberate and your decisions are made, that is reflected in your decision. Finally, Measure L passed almost 2 years ago. As Youth Commissioner Reyes made quite clear in his comments, there are needs in the community that require some urgency. So I appreciate your consideration about wanting to get it right, but let's get it right in an urgent manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarita Cox.
Good evening. My name is Sarita Cox. I am the CEO and co-founder of iFoster, which is the largest foster youth serving agency in the nation. I'm also a former foster youth. Our organization is the program administrator for the statewide guaranteed income for foster youth pilot under CDSS. So I'm here to support the overall strategic plan, but in particular, the 20% allocation for guaranteed income fund for Sacramento foster youth. This is a long meeting, so I'm going to keep it short. 3 points. Number one, foster youth are the most vulnerable youth population you all serve. There are 1,100 children and youth in foster care in Sacramento County. The majority are in your districts. Approximately 200 will age out this year, and a third of them will be homeless upon aging out. Within 4 years, 50% will experience homelessness, 50% will be unemployed, and those employed will only be earning $7,500 a year. In their entire lifetime, only 8% will achieve a post-secondary degree. Number two, guaranteeing income for foster youth works. As the statewide administrator, we've seen firsthand how just $750 a month given at the exit of foster care can change lives. And to quote actually one of the youth who is a recipient, the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program has provided me with the financial stability, helping me cover essential needs like housing, food, and healthcare. The stability has improved my mental health by reducing financial stress and fostering a greater sense of well-being. Additionally, I now have more time and resources for personal development, enabling me to pursue education,
Thank you
training.
for your comments. Our next speaker is Crystal Harding.
Peace and love, everyone. Hey, this is so okay. We showed up tonight, didn't we? Okay. I only got 2 minutes. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Shout out to the youth commissioners. I'm not sure if they're all here, but I really want to recognize their time and their effort and expertise and leadership. And because I do the most, I'm going to ask that we participate in some call and response, okay? Okay. Now, say it like you mean it and say it loud and proud, okay? So when I say who run the world, you're going to say youth. Who run the world? You. Who run the world? You. Okay, thank you. All right, and then when I say youth, you say power. Youth. Power. Youth. Power. Okay, I think y'all meant that. All right. So my name's Crystal, first generation immigrant, former youth of promise, okay? I was in the vice principal's office so much they actually gave me the TA position. And honestly, I really just needed one-on-one mentorship, and my vice principal recognized that and took that as an opportunity. I'm part of the 1% of the unincorporated county folks who work and play all throughout Sacramento. as a policy campaign coach with public health advocates, All Children Thrive, #ACT, a community-led movement launched throughout California to transform, connect, and build. We imagine a city designed with child well-being at its center that fosters healing and resilience so that all children of all backgrounds can thrive. In my role of ACT coach, I had the privilege to serve as an active part of change we will see in Sacramento. I joined the youth-focused Sac Kids First Coalition to organize, collaborate, mobilize, amplify youth voice and recommendations to create our immediate and future requests. Dare I say, demands. Okay. Led by eBASI with support from ACT and UCLA partners, we curated youth listening sessions and a citywide youth survey. Ooh, my time. So, I remixed the famous quote a tad bit, everything about us with us, and
thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nikaya. Is this Ignacio?
Yep.
Thank you. Following Ignacio is Nikaya Bell.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ignacio Taylor, and I am from the Wichita and Confederated Tribes. I am the tribal student organizer for the Native American Resource Center at American River College. I spent 18 years within the foster care system, and since this, myself and my siblings have experienced the hardships that come with this. I support the passing of the Commissioner's recommendation because it brings a positive path forward for my siblings that are experiencing the hardships of tribal transitional foster youth. There are no resources for us, and as tribal people, we often go unseen within this community. My siblings will be able to directly benefit from the universal income piece. We do not have the luxury of waiting more time for this to be moved into the next steps. I'm here today as a little brother asking you to make the right decision and support this as is. I have resided in all of your districts as a foster youth, so I ask you all for your support. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nikaya Bell. Following Nikaya is Angelina Hinojosa.
I'm sorry, everybody. I know everyone's enthusiastic, and that's great. We just need to make sure, please, that the next speaker can come up promptly and speak. I really appreciate it.
Nikaya?
Thank you.
I'm going to be very
okay.
prompt.
Following Nikaya is Angelina.
Thank you. I'm looking for, I can start now. All right, good evening. Second time up here, I'm nervous, but I'm representing these amazing young folk behind me. My name is Nikaya Bell, repping Area 3. Hi, Lisa Kaplan. And I'm the executive director for Sister Bees, a local nonprofit taking up space for girls, women, and femmes of color across Sacramento, period. I want to first express my deep, deep appreciation and gratitude for Monica's leadership and the amazing youth leaders and adult allies with Sac Kids First, Sac Fund, and the Youth Commission. You did that, sir. We need to invest in our youth. We need to make this happen. I speak on behalf of the Sister Bees amazing youth, young women and femme sisters, and families who stand here behind me and at home. We are in support to pass this thing. All right? We ask that you move swiftly in getting this passed to support our youth and these community-based organizations that stand shoulder to shoulder with us, who work tirelessly, y'all, with limited resources to provide safe spaces and programs for our amazing youth across Sacramento. All right? Let's invest in our youth. Let's not delay the process further, Mayor, and get this passed, get the funds to our young people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Angelina Hinojosa, Amani Durham, Valerie Armenta.
Hello, friends and relatives. My name is Angelina Hinojosa. I'm here as a youth leader from Native Sister Circle, representing tribal youth who are facing significant disparities in our community. We have had ongoing talking circles in South Sacramento and have been serving our community since 2018. We are one of the few community-based grassroots organizations in Sacramento serving tribal youth, and which gives us an advantage to provide rapid, direct services. As a tribal youth, I have seen firsthand the many disparities our systems have impacted on our youth. Today, I urge you to approve Sacramento Children's Fund without further delay. Too much time has passed and our youth cannot afford any more setbacks. We have put in and supported years of work advocating for this fund because we see every day the lack of resources are impacting the mental, physical, and cultural well-being of our youth, including our youth that have no visibility within our communities. We have been actively supporting Measure L, pushing for equity at the heart of these initiatives. But with equity comes responsibility to remember those who are often forgotten. Our tribal youth need a proper, consistent funding streaming to address the systemic barriers we face. The Sacramento Children's Fund will provide these vital resources, allowing us to develop the programs and services that can close the gaps and uplift our people. Let's not miss this moment. Please pass the Sacramento Children's Fund strategic plan in a timely manner so we can start supporting the youth who need it the most. Thank you.
Speaker is Imani, then Valerie.
Good evening, council members. My name is Imani Durham, and I am a member of the Sisika Nation of the Blackfoot Tribe, and I am here today also representing Native Sister Circle as a youth leader. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share today. Native Sister Circle has been giving an opportunity for young Indigenous women to connect with our culture and traditions while also serving our communities. I'm not only here today to represent Native Sister Circle, but also the youth across all districts whose lives are dependent on the many nonprofit organizations that is Sacramento, California. It is important that these organizations receive the proper funding to keep our youth engaged in the community and creating our current and future generations of leaders. The more delays we have in the disbursement of funding, the more our youth are struggling. I spent my entire childhood in Sacramento, and I was a part of the education system, and I firsthand watched those who needed the support that these organizations give our youth. These organizations are meant to provide support for our youth and also keep them off of the streets. Youth my age and younger are daily going through gun violence, gangs, domestic violence, and substance abuse. I've firsthand seen how much of our youth have had great potential to become the leaders that we see today, but instead have fallen in the wrong direction because of the lack of funding that we are asking for today. Today, we ask you not to only approve the Sacramento Children's Fund the way that it was, but to do so quickly. As more time passes, our youth are struggling with mental illnesses, homelessness, substance abuse, and much more. And with that, I thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Our time is now.
Thank you for your comments. Valerie Armenta, Allegra Taylor, then Chanel Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, Council, and community members. My name is Valerie Armenta, and I work with Foster Hope Sacramento. We serve children and transition-age youth who have been highly impacted by their circumstances, including their interactions with CPS and criminalization systems. I've talked youth down from suicide. I've driven around with youth to help them find safe places to stay after our system of housing tells them that there is nothing to appropriately accommodate them. And I've explained to them that they can't qualify for AB 12 funding because they were incarcerated for stealing and lost their opportunity to be placed in foster care before their 18th birthday. So now there's no housing help for them, our most vulnerable youth. Few young people can successfully participate in society if their basic needs are not met. Mi nombre es Valeria Armenta y trabajo con Foster Hope Sacramento. Atendamos a niños y jóvenes en edad de transición que han sido muy afectados por sus circunstancias, incluidas sus interacciones con CPS y los sistemas de criminalización. He hablado a los jóvenes para que no se suiciden. He conducido con jóvenes para ayudarlos a encontrar lugares seguros para quedarse después de que nuestro sistema de vivienda les dice que no hay nada que los acomode adecuadamente. Y les ha explicado que no pueden calificar para los fondos AB12 porque fueron encarcelados por robar y perdieron su oportunidad de ser colocados en un hogar de acogida antes de cumplir 18 años. Así que ahora no hay ayuda de vivienda para ellos, nuestros jóvenes más vulnerables. Pocos jóvenes pueden participar con éxito en la sociedad si no se satisfacen sus necesidades básicas. Por estas razones y muchas más, instamos a su voto afirmativo a apoyar las recomendaciones de SAC Kids First sobre cómo usar nuestro fondo para niños de Sacramento. Gracias. For these reasons, for many more, we urge your yes vote to support SAC Kids First recommendations for how to use our Sacramento Children's Fund. Thank you.
Next speaker is Allegra Taylor, then Chanel Patterson.
Good afternoon, Allegra Taylor, co-founder and CEO of the Village Advocates. Listen, this has been a long fight, And we had boots on the ground back to get Measure L voted yes. We are so glad that they did vote yes on Measure L, and now we're depending on you. So I'm here standing in proxy for our youth rites of passage members that are unable to be here because of extracurricular activities. We do have a couple of them here that will speak. I don't like what I heard you say, Mr. Mayor, about waiting 2 more weeks for the vote. Because, see, we came here tonight to hear you guys vote. So there's been a 2-year waiting period. These kids all know what's going on because they've all been involved in the political process. So as we teach our children about the political process, one of the things that we teach them is being on time, being prompt, and being about their business. This is their business. And so I'm going to stand in the gap for them, and I'm going to ask you guys, why don't wait 2 weeks? What do you guys need to discuss? Everything has already been hashed out. They've made a recommendation. We stand 100% in solidarity with the recommendations of the commission. We are members of SAC Kids First, and we are here for a vote tonight, and we ask you all to stand in solidarity with those youth leaders of today, which are also our which are also our adult leaders of the future. They want a yes vote, and so do we. So I'm just pleading with you all to reconsider that waiting 2 weeks, because we was planning on sitting here so we can hear you guys give a yes or a no on the vote, because we want to see if in fact this city council, each and every one of you, and this mayor stand with our youth or you don't. You've already made us wait 2 years. We need a yes vote on the recommendations, and we really do need it today. Mayor, I see you shaking your head. I know me.
I'm sorry. I just would like to respond. We have not made anybody wait 2 years. The commission, the community, and the team have been working very collaboratively to develop a very intelligent approach, and you heard it reflected, I think, here tonight with the presentation. And so it's okay. I understand the urgency, and I feel it too. I was a strong supporter of Measure L and continue to be. But I just want to say, especially as I'm leaving, want to make sure that there is a large majority of members reflecting the community who support the eventual plan. So I'm thinking about tonight. I'm thinking about 3 months from now. I'm thinking a year from now, and I'm thinking 5 years from now. So I'm on your side. That's all.
Run it back to 10. She has 10 seconds.
Thank you. No, please.
Yeah. I don't need the extended session. Listen here.
Go ahead.
I'm in solidarity with the commission's recommendations. And we ask you all to stand in solidarity with the youth of Sacramento and the rest of us that are fighting for this fight and vote yes.
Thank you for your comments. Nell Patterson, then Destin Barrow.
Not adversarial.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, council, and community members. My name is Chanel Patterson. I am the supervisor of Foster Hope's Youth Trauma Response Team and oversee the mentoring and community-based connections for almost 100 youth. More than 70% of our youth of color, and most of them are Black. I also serve on the county's Juvenile Justice Coordinating Committee. I can tell you firsthand that we have failed to appropriately care for our most vulnerable children and transition-age youth. Some have been criminally impacted at the early age of 11 years old, almost always after first being CPS impacted. My role in our community is to help youth receive services that build natural supports to help each youth thrive through community-based organizations that keep them as far away as possible from the criminal legal system. Once they've been criminalized, it becomes even harder to help them move through their added trauma. That also means providing help to keep youth close to their bonded families and systems of kin support. Foster Hope is a part of a Sacramento CBO's ecosystem, and we know better than anyone how essential this funding is to our kids and our communities. One important thing we learned in doing this work is that our impacted youth have learned to rely on each other because adults have failed them. So they learn survival skills from each other, like which cars are easy to unlock and sleep in, and which parts of the town have the best vacancies where police won't find them. As a city, we are only as good as how we treat our most vulnerable. We're here today to advocate for the part of that population, our youth. I urge you to support for the Sacramento First Strategic Investment Plan expeditiously. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Destin Barrow, then Conrad Crump, then Elijah Crump, then Sarah Weber, Jenilyn Pon. Is Destin here?
Okay, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Hi, my name is Destiny Barrow, student at Mariloma High School in San Juan Unified School District. I'm also a youth leader. I'm also a youth leader with the Village Advocates. We thank you for the seat at the table. We've waited a long time for this opportunity and recognition, and we hope that you vote yes with what the commission has recommended for the Children's Fund. Thank you.
Comments? Conrad, then Elijah.
And that's Elijah, my daughter.
Elijah. Hi, Conrad.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Council members. My name is Conrad Crump, and today I'm just here as Dad. When I think about the many of my peers growing up, I realized many of them needed counselors, they needed tutors, they needed adults who would be positive role models in their life for them as they grew. And as I grow and have grown into the father that I am today, I allow myself to think about what these resources in our lives would have been like if they were as plentiful as trees. You know, the city of Sacramento was once affectionately known as the city of trees. And I imagine that for the landscape of youth, what that might look like if we had all of those resources. I can only imagine what my peers could have been. As we look up at the youth who are here with us in the room today, just know that your decisions are shaping their future. You're looking at future college graduates, future doctors, future scientists, mathematicians, and community leaders. And I know at times, City Council, you guys face decisions that are really tough and you have a scarcity of resources. And I can recall a conversation I had with a friend who said, Conrad, growing up in the neighborhood that we grew up in, there were many pitfalls and traps, man, and it was like navigating through quicksand. It seemed like on every block they had shovels for us to dig ourselves deeper into a hole. And many of our peers unfortunately did. But I imagine if on every block there were ladders. Eventually, City Council members, you're going to have a conversation about the budget and you're going to have a conversation about the strategic plan, and it involves a lot of money, so much money that is mind-blowing. And I know there's a lot of ladders that you could build with that money. A young man spoke earlier about buckets being distributed equitably. Well, your decisions can pay for ladders like access to mental health resources, violence prevention programs, skills building for youth, social emotional support programs, substance and drug prevention and intervention programs, and more. I remember being in elementary school where the teacher said, what do we want to be? A lot of times those doctors and lawyers and whatever, those thoughts and dreams would get beaten out of us.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Leja.
Hi, my name is Elijah Crump, student at McClatchy High School within the Sacramento City School District. I am here with the Village Advocates, standing in solidarity with the Commission's recommendations on the strategic planning funds for our city and the Children's Fund. Mayor and City Council members, it is vital that we take the measures to support the well-being of youth because the youth are ultimately the future of our city. The people you see here today in this room, the youth, the people all around us are the people that will be sitting at the panel that you are sitting at today. Within the Village Advocates, I wanted to give a huge shout out to the brothers and sisters who have their boots on the ground, knocking on doors, trying to get people to vote for Measure L. I also wanted to thank the commissioners for their strategic investment plan. It is necessary that action starts today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Weber, then Jenilyn Pon, then Marbella Sala.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Weber, and I am the Harm Reduction Community Organizer at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. I also reside in Council District 4. The center works to create a region where all LGBTQ+ people thrive. We support health and wellness, advocate for equity and justice, and work to uplift our diverse and culturally rich LGBTQ+ community. The center serves hundreds of youth each year through our Youth Drop-In Center, Q-Spot, and our 2 housing programs, where we provide shelter for unhoused transitional-aged youth. The center provides mental health support, life skills workshops, education, resources, health services, community building activities, and housing for LGBTQ+ youth and allies. We are grateful to the City of Sacramento for their partnership as a funder of Sacktown Youth Nights, a program that provides an opportunity for social connection and support, and for their ongoing partnership in funding our shelter and transitional living programs, which are vital to the most vulnerable in the LGBTQ+ community. Research shows that cultivating meaningful community relationships is critical to long-term emotional resilience for marginalized youth, and we see firsthand the positive impact that a supportive and affirming space can have on LGBTQ+ youth. We also see the harms that can occur when youth can't access affirming support and services, including housing and mental health services. The Sacramento Children's Fund Planning and Oversight Commission's 5-year strategic investment plan offers a way forward that can reduce youth homelessness, prevent the development of unhealthy coping strategies, and support leadership and employment opportunities for our youth. The plan's focus on equity, community involvement, and transparency are critical to ensuring that our youth have a voice in the policies that impact them. The plan will positively impact LGBTQ+ youth in Sacramento through targeted, data-informed strategies. Together, we can create a community that uplifts and strengthens our youth and give them the tools they need to live fulfilled and vibrant lives. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Gentleman Pond.
I like your pants.
The Gentleman Pond, Marbella Sala, then Matthew Brandt.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Agenda Item 18 regarding the Sacramento Children's Fund. My name is Jenalyn Pond, and I'm a resident of District 5, specifically Oak Park. Throughout my life, I have experienced youth homelessness, rape, and youth violence. I graduated from Hiram Johnson High School in 2022 and started youth organizing shortly after. I had no idea where this would lead me, but nowadays, I wonder who I would be if I wasn't surrounded by community. I was raised to normalize mental and physical abuse. I was raised to be quiet and listen. The last time I was here was also the first time I made a public comment. I was so afraid as I approached this podium, but I told myself this matters. I observe generations of youth unable to change their narratives. My friends and peers are challenged every day. We don't have loving moms to go home to. We simply don't have enough resources, as everyone has been saying. If any of us gave up today, we would lose everything we have, when we barely have anything. It is so easy to take the easy route, but it is extremely hard to change yourself for the better. How can we break systemic barriers when we don't have the tools to do it? The Sacramento Children's Fund will help change and heal the issues that exist in the status quo. It will save lives, and it will give hope to families. I urge you all to please sympathize with us and vote to adopt this plan tonight, coming from my heart and everybody in this room. Thank you.
Good evening. This is very hopeful. I feel very hopeful and energized by what I am experiencing right now. But I'm here in Marbella Sala as Measure U Commissioner for District 3. And I have been watching Measure L and their commission. And first I want to applaud you all for making such outstanding appointments on that commission, because every single one of your commissioners are smart, dedicated, understand their community, did their homework, researched, and put together amazing report. It was very thorough. You don't need to look at it any closer. Trust your commissioners, because you have an amazing group of commissioners. If you want to tweak it a little bit, do it now. This is the time. Tweak it, refine it, but major changes is not needed, because that's why you appointed those commissioners to do the heavy lift for all of you. And it's in front of you now, and so I urge you to vote and vote yes on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Amen. Love that, sir.
Matthew Brandt.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, my former council member, Mai Vang, and my current council member, Rick James. It's my pleasure to be here. As I looked at the plan, and I thank Khalid Mataki for coming out to our group and presenting it to the group of men that we meet every Wednesday, about 20 of us, and we talk about what's going on. And I look at the need for trusted and consistent services that the group had said is needed. That's so critical that it's consistent and it's trusted. Some of you remember back when Advanced Peace was one of the models that we instituted, and these services were not consistent. And some of the people that we dealt with, the young people didn't trust them. We didn't build the trust with them. And I see that happening, and hopefully that will happen this time. Consistent services. We talked about consistent services because we knew that one of the lessons we learned from the previous models was that it took time for results to appear. And the time should be measured not in months, but perhaps in years, because the problem didn't create itself in months. And so the fact that and the commission is recommending that the funding go for 2 to 3 years, gives that time now for results to take place. That's very important, and it's a recognition of what needs to happen for success to occur. Also, as we looked at this, one of the things that we are asking, we didn't see, I'm talking about the group that meets on Wednesday, is the technical assistance for these groups. Many of the groups that are going to be applying know how to do the job. They've been doing the job. What they need help in is the technical and administrative aspects to
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Kyra Blackman. Following Kyra is Gina Richardson and Zahara. Next speaker is Kyra Blackman, Gina Richardson, Zahara Marshall, Josiah Talbot, and Jaden Talbot.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, and Council members. My name is Kyra Blackman, and I'm here today to express my strong support for the Sacramento Children's Funds Committee's thoughtful recommendation of the 5-year strategic investment plan. First and foremost, I want to commend the committee for its diligent efforts in identifying the most impactful areas to allocate these resources. The focus of prioritizing youth who are the farthest away from services and resources to ensure they receive maximum access to the benefit from funded programs is not only timely, but essential for the full well-being and future success of our youth. Investing in these critical areas to focus on the youth who are most impacted by poverty, trauma, and violence will not only provide immediate support to families, but will also help break the cycle of poverty, reduce inequities, and create stronger, healthier communities for the long term. The committee's approach demonstrates a deep understanding of the challenges that many youth in our community face and reflects a commitment to addressing their needs holistically. I especially appreciate that this is not just an expenditure of funds, but it's an investment in our future. Therefore, I urge the Council to adopt the Children's Fund Committee's recommendations and to continue prioritizing our youngest residents in all future budget decisions. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing these essential programs come to life in support of our community's youth. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Gina Richardson. I am District 1's Measure L Commissioner, and I just want to first just thank Lisa Kaplan for appointing me, but I am here today as a community member, and I've been very outspoken on our commission, and so I'm going to be an outspoken constituent as well. So I also want to just thank my commission members because we worked so hard, Third Plateau in the city, so I do want to say that. So I've lived in District 1 for almost 10 years now, and for the majority of those years, I've been a low-income divorced single mother, barely getting by. I understand firsthand the challenges that come with economic survival and the emotional toll of being just one paycheck away from poverty. The purpose of the Sacramento Children's Fund is to create developmental programs for youth, as I understand it, to ultimately strengthen young people's sense of identity, belief in the future, self-regulation, and self-efficacy, while enhancing their social, emotional, cognitive, and behavioral competence, and I fully support that mission. But as a parent and as a single mother in my district, in this community, I know how difficult it can be for families like mine to access services, making making too much to access public assistance but not enough to live, especially in our community. The emotional distress alone of trying to raise a child with limited resources is overwhelming. I want to ensure that the unique equity needs of youth in my district and other communities are heard and not overlooked, even if they aren't represented in the priority areas of the Commission's recommended areas. District 1 doesn't have the same access community-based organizations as other parts of the city. We rely heavily on city programs to pour into our youth, and that must be kept in mind as we're rendering our funding allocations. So I fully support us having a children's fund, but I want to make sure that those voices of youth that are underrepresented are heard like communities like mine.
Thank you for your comments. Zahara Marshall, Josiah Talbot.
First thing I want to say is that it's an honor to be up here and to speak for my youth as a community representative of Impact SAC. And I'm 16, I'm Josiah Talbot, and I just want to say that I stand here in full commitment, ready to make a change and for a stand for our youth and community as a youth member here. Sorry, I'm nervous, but I just want to say that the importance of funding this is going to be, the importance of funding us is going to build us up as a future of the youth community and going to build us up as families and help us to save and change lives. This opportunity is huge for us youth ready to start changing people and building community around us. And lastly, I'd like to say the lives won't change without making a change. You can't make a difference without putting in the work and commitment. And I put my foot down and I stand and full. I'm here and I'm ready to make a change and difference for my community. And I'm ready to say that without the commitment, you cannot have the change. Without work and commitment, you will not be able to stand on business.
Josiah Talbot, Jaden Talbot, Veronica Ferris. And Paige Dye.
That's us.
Hi, my name is Zariah Marshall. I am project manager at Impact SAC Violence Prevention Program. At Impact SAC, our mission is to connect people to their power, but my mission personally is to do for youth what Paris and Veronica did for me when I first joined the organization 4 years ago. They catered to my needs, giving me the extra space and support that I needed to become the leader that I am today. Growing up, I grew up in CV Circle, otherwise known as the Projects of SAC. I grew up seeing a lot of violence and substance abuse and often felt powerless, which a youth should never feel. I then joined Impact SAC and gained a sense of hope, now believing that I could do something to change this about my community. And I hope that I can instill this feeling in the youth to come and show them that you are not what you go through. You are much more than that. Now, I run the Heart Violence Prevention Program, where we hear people out, empower families, advocate for youth, restore hope, and take action while working with the DA to bring real, authentic solutions to the office to really reduce violence. Come up here. I just want to say thank you to all of the youth here. These are all the youth that do the hard work to put in all of the time and they serve their communities. Sorry, I'm a little nervous too. These are the youth that push for reducing violence in our communities, and we would not be anything without them. I wouldn't be anything without them. So I want to say thank you, and I am incredibly proud of all of you guys, and thank you for being here and support youth needs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. And if you'll let me know your name so I can remove your speaker slip.
Jaden. My father always told me, go out there and do something that'll change the world and to help change and better your community. That's what I'm here doing today. My name is Jaden Talbot, and I have a vision. My vision is to create a better future for me and my youth around me. To show that that our voices have power. Here at Impact SAC, we give the youth a voice, and we put power to it. We show that we need to show that we matter in this community and that we have a voice that needs to be heard, and it has not been heard enough. The amount of people that die from suicide, the amount of our youth that are dying from suicide a day is up to 1,499 people. That is 17,988 people of our youth dying every single day because we don't have the resources. This is something that I care about. And not only should you care about it, but I stand here before all of you to show that we all care about it and that the people behind me care about it. We are not here to wait. We are here to change. I'm
here for you.
You're good. Take it. So you got it, man. You got it.
We are here to change tomorrow, today. That's right. And this is not only my vision, but this is my dream. And we are the difference. I support Project Positive. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker from Impact SAC, I think I have Josiah, Veronica, Paris, Haley, Lauren.
Somebody get up there and just say your name.
Hello, my name is Veronica Ferris. I don't think I can top that. That was so great. But I am the program director here at Impact SAC. I just want to share a small part of my journey that was made possible due to Impact SAC believing in youth and empowering youth and having the resources to do so. I'm an immigrant from Egypt. I started off as an intern at Sac State, and I started working with Impact SAC. I got my degree in social work. I have a passion in mental health. I'm now 26 years old, the lead director for our youth suicide prevention program. I'm also compliance officer for our organization. My journey was made possible because Impact SAC had the resources and drive to empower youth and believe in youth for a future. Young people are the future and the experts we need to hear from and to continue funding for. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Inshra. I'm currently a senior in high school and here today with Impact SAC. As we consider helping youth, I believe it is fundamental and highly essential to invest in projects, initiatives, and organizations that are designed to help teenagers in different aspects of their life. All my life, I have been passionate about advocating for mental health. I launched my own mental health initiative called Project Positive. Project Positive aims to spread mental health awareness, destigmatize mental health, and create a safe space for youth. Projects similar to mine are only possible through investment, and such projects will motivate other youth to take action for themselves as well. Such resources are what will help our youth, and action for them needs to be taken and taken in a quick manner. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Haley, and I'm a youth with Impact SAC as well as a leader. And so I think it's important to fund young people because we are searching for adult guidances, aka the adults, and many of us are determined on the people around us to actually set a good example for us. And so many of us face the lack of supervision, guidance, parental participation, safe spaces where we can go to, different safety regulations in schools, resources such as mental health, substance use, as well as having guidance counselors in our schools. And many of us would like to have different mentors and counselors that we can actually go to, since we can't go to any of the people that we would like to go to but can't. So our youth voices need to be heard, and we won't be silenced. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Kirkland, and today I'm here with Impact SAC. It is important to invest money in the youth of today and tomorrow because children need resources, and we are not provided with the ones that we need on a daily basis. There is so much violence in our communities, and that needs to be stopped. Investing money in youth gives the youth opportunities to brighten their futures and become the better tomorrow for today. Impact SAC has given me a place to feel safe and has given me many opportunities to better my future. We will not be silenced, and I stand with Project Positive.
Do we have another speaker? I think I have Josiah, Paris, Lauren.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I've grown up in Oak Park, and I'm a first-generation college graduate. I graduate next year. And I'm just thinking of ways of giving back to the community. I work with Impact SAC. I'm an alumni. Oh my God, and a youth leader. And as a community, we should all come together as one and help the youth, especially underprivileged communities in our neighborhoods, to make it safer. We should have the youth develop the life skills that they need, such as self-care, personal responsibility, help them on financial literacy to support personal finance management. And as for our youth and young adults, we should be able to have more shelters, more resources for them to succeed, and provide them opportunities others have, and be a home away from homes for the youth, and provide them to create a safe space and to support Project Positive. Thank you.
Did we get everybody from Impact SAC?
Yes, this is it. Go ahead.
Perfect. So Josiah, Paris?
Yes, I'm Paris.
Thank you. My next speaker. Go ahead.
I'm Blake Belladonna, she, her, they, them, and a freshman in Cosumnes River College. And I'm here to talk about how the program would help mainly also with LGBTQ youth because, well, every time my parents always kick them out because they never really accept them or anything like that. So they always have to go homeless and not really get any help because their parents just kicking them out because they're trying to be them.
Good job.
You got this?
Or anything.
It's okay. You can say thank you. Thank you. That's it. You can say thank you
For what?
for listening to you.
And I guess thanks for listening.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. I'm Paris, and this is wrapping up Impact SAC. I really just want to thank you all and show you what investing in city programs can do. Our mission is to connect people to power, and the first thing we work on is connecting young people to the power of their voice. I know that you all appreciate hearing from young people. Probably brightens your day to see young faces and people connecting and understanding. So your support and your passing the measures and making sure that this goes through lets youth know that their voice does have power. So we're looking forward to you passing this and would love that to happen tonight. And I also support Intra and Project Positive.
Thank you for your comments. Grace Longmire, Nancy Ziong, Cassie Thor, Cassidy Vang, Atheno Tao, and Nicholas Mo. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Grace Longmire. I am the recently appointed District 8 Youth Commissioner under Councilmember Mai Vang, and I am here today to talk about the Sacramento Children's Fund. I come from a long generation of community advocates, and I'm proud to say that I'm a community advocate myself. I greatly, sorry, I'm a little nervous right now. But I would just like to say that I know firsthand, being a youth leader in the community and on my campus, that there are many backgrounds, races, genders, all that are all come together and share the same struggle. Now, with that struggle being like mental health, like domestic violence, mental abuse, all that, homelessness as well. I'm so sorry. Homelessness as well, that many like come to me and they like, some have even cried to me saying like they don't know what to do, they don't know what resources to get, and some have thanked me for pointing them out to like certain resources that are in the community, and those resources need to be invested into. So I am really asking that you vote yes on the the strategic investment plan, and I stand in solidarity with my council member. Thank you.
Nancy and then Cassie.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the Sacramento City Council. My name is Nancy Zhang, and I'm the Executive Director for Hmong Innovating Politics, and I'm proud resident of District 7 in the pocket. I am speaking tonight not on behalf of any single community-based organization, but rather the immensely diverse, versatile, and committed ecosystem of community-based organizations that have signed on to a letter supporting the full recommendations from the Sacramento Children's Fund Planning Commission. We stand united because this decision is not about any one nonprofit CBO, but rather the collective ecosystem that serves as a critical safety net and accelerator for youth leadership throughout our city. In truth, for some of us, the recommendation to limit resources for CBOs at 65% came as a surprise. Our community-based organizations and young people worked tirelessly to talk to our neighbors and walked communities to garner the support of nearly 2/3 of voters to approve and establish the Sacramento Children's Fund. It is a credit to the Commission for the ability to acknowledge the incredible contributions of Sacramento's community-based organizations, while also recognizing that there are areas where city programs continue to play a significant role in supporting young people. Both efforts are meant to complement one another and amplify the ecosystem of support for young people. We understand that this process requires compromise and thoughtful crafting to be effective. The Commissioner's recommendations represents an important effort in that direction. We are incredibly grateful for the Council's appointed commission for their tireless and thankless work. We applaud your efforts for bearing towards a compromise so that recommendations were supported unanimously. We understand that the Council needs time to consider and take a closer look at these recommendations. We don't mean to rush you, but understand that we also have hella anxiety about these resources. Mayor Steinberg, you can understand our uncertainty because
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Cassie Thor and then Cassidy Vang. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you. I have Cassie Thor, then Cassidy Vang.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Cassie Thor, and I'm a young adult with Hmong Innovating Politics. I'm here to show support in the City Council to adopt the strategic investment plan that was unanimously approved by other commissioners who represented your respective council districts. As one of the strategies to support the fund's goal is outlined, supporting the mental health and emotional wellness of youth. This really resonated with me. As a youth, I faced significant mental health challenges related to navigating life after high school. Decisions about career paths, college, and achieving independence felt overwhelming, and I often struggled with a lack of purpose. These issues didn't end with high school as they persisted into my young adult life. I believe it's important for our community to address these concerns and provide better support for youth facing similar challenges. While the city provides valuable spaces like libraries and community pools, it's clear that these alone cannot meet all needs. Community-based organizations such as HIP and others present today play a crucial role in offering spaces where youth can develop skills and enhance well-being. These organizations are essential for providing mental health support and programs that inspire young people to pursue their dreams and passions. By supporting the strategic investment plan, the city and CBOs can help co-create a healthy environment where our young people can truly thrive. I urge you all to support and adopt the strategic investment plan presented to you all by the chair and commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cassidy Vang, then Athena Tao. I have 17 more speakers. So Cassidy?
Try to speak into the mic.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Athena Tao, and I am a youth representative of Hmong Innovating Politics. I am here tonight to express my strong support for adopting the strategic investment plan. Growing up in a low-income environment, I often wonder why I couldn't have things that other children seem to easily receive.
You're doing great, by the way. Take your
For
time, okay?
example, instead of receiving new clothes or new shoes, I received hand-me-downs. I used to think it was because my parents didn't want to provide for me, but as I grew older, I realized that wasn't about desire. It was about the financial strain of covering basic bills. This understanding has heightened my concern for both my future and the future of the next generation. Many of my peers I know have had to drop out of school to help support their families. They are still very young and should have not bear such significant burdens. They deserve the chance to pursue their education and enjoy their youth. Some of these individuals have expressed regret over their choices to leave school, feeling that they had no choice. But no child should ever have to feel that way, as these circumstances are not their fault. Therefore, I urge you to adopt the strategic investment plan put forward by the Chair and Commissioners. This plan will provide much needed support to help stabilize families and ensure that children can focus their education and future without overwhelming pressures. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Cassidy Vang and Nicholas Mua.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Nicholas Mua, a young adult with Hmong Innovating Politics, and I reside in Sacramento's District 5. I'm here today to express my strong support for adopting this strategic investment plan proposed by the Chair and Commission. During my formative years, I faced many challenges that no young person should have to endure, such as economic hardship. While these experiences has shaped who I am today, I deeply believe that no one else should have to go through these similar hardships. As a youth, I had the privilege of working with East Bay Asian Youth Center, an experience that was profoundly rewarding on multiple levels. This opportunity not only provided me with a steady source of sustainability, which was crucial for my financial independence, but it also had a direct positive impact on my family. I was involved in creating films that received grants, which was both a creative and financial accomplishment. These projects allowed me to hone my skills in filmmaking while also contributing to important community initiatives. In fact, I also got the opportunity to work on the measure itself when we passed in 2022. With the Rocky Foundation, I am now a transitioning young adult, confronted with the reality and struggles of managing essential expenses amidst the ever-increasing cost of living. I have so much love for the city of Sacramento, where I have built a strong network of friends and family. It would be disheartening to think about leaving the city I cherish simply because I cannot afford to stay. To ensure financial stability and prevent future generations from facing the same struggles, I strongly advocate for the City Council to adopt the strategic investment plan as promptly as possible. This fund would not only provide critical support for necessities that assure our young people are set up for success, but if passed in a timely manner, would also allocate funds to address immediate needs and long-term goals. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Cassie, then Natalie McGee.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Cassidy Vang. I am a young adult with Hmong Innovating Politics. I was born and raised in South Sacramento, growing up predominantly in District 5. I am here to vocalize my support in the city to adopt the strategic investment plan brought forward by the chair and unanimously approved by the other commissioners who represented your respective council districts. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, in the 2016 American Community Survey of California's Hmong profile, 27.4% of Hmong families lived in poverty, and 31.5% living in poverty were under 18 years old. As a Hmong American who grew up in poverty, being part of the 31.5%, I faced numerous challenges, including gang violence, substance abuse, and a lack of mental and emotional support. Despite these obstacles, I was able to earn a bachelor's degree. This achievement was greatly supported by my involvement in employment and internship programs provided by community-based organizations like Asian Resources Incorporated, AAPI Equity Alliance, and Hmong Innovating Politics. These programs not only kept me grounded, but also connected me with successful role models who share my background and experiences. Today, I stand alongside our young people in hopes that the Sacramento Children's Fund will support their well-being and prevent or reduce dangers of negative influence on them. I believe the strategic investment plan for the Sacramento Children's Fund will afford our youth the chance to access the privileges of good education, financial stability, health, and wellness. I urge you all again to support and adopt the strategic investment plan presented to you all by the Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Natalie McGee, then Mac, then Heidi Kaiser.
Good evening, Council. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you this evening as District 1 under Lisa Kaplan, Measure U Commissioner. I want to start by applauding the Measure U Commission. And let me be clear, I stand in full support of the Sacramento Children's Fund Measure L Strategic Investment Plan. Okay? But my concern is in regards to the SEED tool, which is used as a lens to inform how we distribute equity and funding. Specific to the District 1 lens, SEED as a top-level analysis does not necessarily show District 1 need, but that changes when you drill down. The average person unfamiliar with manipulating data will not drill down enough to see District 1 hidden challenges. During the COVID period, I found myself unemployed through no fault of my own. We were making just enough to be ineligible for support programs, yet the loss of my income hit our family hard. No longer able to afford 4th R, I had to take my child, my current fifth grader, to another district to access Sacramento City services in after-school free programming, which is problematic in itself. I feel like the SEED tool needs to also incorporate other data lenses other than the 10-year census data that it currently uses. For me, a better data tool would be looking at free and reduced lunches and looking at that as that's updated yearly. In District 1 at Paso Verde Elementary School, where my daughter attends, out of 911 enrolled students, 466 students, over 51% participated in the free and reduced lunch programming for the 23-24 school year. This is real-time data, and that is a true need in District 1. All 8 districts have youth that fall between the cracks. We must use the most accurate real-time data to ensure that city spending, Measure L, and other measure spending reflects the actual needs across all districts for all our youth. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mac. Our next speaker is Mac, then Heidi Kaiser, then Jean Peterson, then Keon Bliss.
Hi, y'all. Shout out to every person who has worked on this. And I appreciated it being named that these folks and organizers have been fighting for the creation of this fund nonstop for years, even against and in opposition to this council. This is what tenacity, fire, and community power looks like. Thank you to the person who said that these are demands, because I have not forgotten that this initiative took people collecting signatures and forcing this to come to a vote in this community due to inaction of elected officials. Power to the people always, and power to the young people who have come in as the experts that they are to tell you what they need. Not just what they want, but what they need. Their lived experiences and them knowing the struggles they face make them the experts on how to solve their problems. Not y'all, no offense. I think it should also be named that the solutions they came up with are the same solutions that we as organizers have been talking to you about for years on how to make a healthier, safer, and therefore freer Sacramento for adults and youth alike. These young people are on fire, and they are coming for what is theirs to have. Invest in their future, give them choice and opportunity, and do not debate with them about what they say they need. Vote yes on the strategic plan, because anything else is just you thinking you know better than they do about what they need and deserve. I'll end with a quote. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, and you should be thankful that they came in asking you nicely first.
Next speaker is Heidi. Heidi Kaiser.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Heidi Kaiser. I'm here on behalf of Child Action. Firstly, I'd like to thank the City of Sacramento for its commitment to supporting access to early care and education. We appreciate your allocation of one-time funds which assisted us in caring for Sacramento's littlest learners, while their parents went to work, rebuilding our local economy. We thank you for spotlighting early education as a potential recipient of the needs of the Children's Fund. On behalf of Child Action, I'd like to recommend the following childcare proposals for the Children's Fund.
building upon the city childcare managers' work supporting retention and expansion of childcare providers. With the ARPA funds now expended, we recommend a continuous allocation of funding to sustain this work as the need for childcare continues. Increase quality of care by implementing training and coaching support for childcare providers around topics like social emotional development and challenging behaviors, and increase services for families to access care by adopting a model similar to San Francisco's by covering the cost of childcare for families with incomes up to 110% of the state median income. As of 2021, Sac County only had enough licensed childcare slots to accommodate 29% of children with working parents. Economic security continues to be one of the biggest concerns for families, and greater access to stable quality early education programs are much needed for our children. Thank you for your time.
Jean Peterson, Keon Bliss, Asia Matson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jean Peterson. I'm a long-term resident of District 8, and I'm a member of Parkside Community Church. Some time ago, a group of Parksiders became interested in learning more about youth and the foster care system and youth transitioning out of the foster care system, what opportunities they have, what services are available to them, and in particular, what can be done to prevent homelessness amongst this vulnerable and too often overlooked group of young people in our community. We are here as allies of all Sacramento youth tonight, those here and those not here. Through our relationship with SAC Act, we became familiar with the Children's Commission, attended some of its hearings, participated in discussions about its recommendations, and are here tonight to wholeheartedly support all of those recommendations, especially the guaranteed income proposal, and to urge you to adopt these recommendations as they've been presented to you this very night. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, I just I just hope you all bear witness to what the difference can be when you actually invest staffing and resources into our commissions, because these folks, especially like the young folks who put together this plan, did an amazing job, and it deserves your full attention and deserves a vote tonight, and at minimum 2 weeks later, or a minimum 2 weeks later. It deserves it tonight because, frankly, these are no-brainers. They've given you the data, like pure and simple. 1 in 5 of our children live in poverty. The rates of youth homelessness, substance abuse, and violence are absolutely staggering. Black and brown youth disproportionately deal with these crisis level situations, and they are not some natural phenomena. They are completely policy generated. Poverty is not a natural phenomenon. It is a choice. It is a policy choice. This plan offers a different path, one that invests in mental health support, housing stability, substance abuse prevention, key word, and violence intervention programs. This is about actually giving youth a genuine say and not just patronizing them into thinking that the only adults who know better are ones sitting on that dais. There's no reason to delay this vote, and frankly, if you all have half the progressive values that you claim to have, then you shouldn't be shy about really talking about this, engaging in a difficult conversation tonight. And if you're not ready, and if you still can't come to a consensus, okay, bring it up 2 weeks later. But stay true to your word and actually be consistent about that. Because as I personally experienced, we have sat too long on your volunteer commissioners' work.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Asia Matson, Satara Murphy, then Jalen Joyce. Asia Matson, Satara Murphy, Jalen Joyce, then Landon Davintka, Draymond Edwards, So I have Asia, Zatara, Jalen, Landon.
I'm sorry, are the people who you just called actually still here or
Doesn't
not?
appear to be. Please proceed, and your name is?
Okay. Satara Murphy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I just want to speak directly to you, Mayor Steinberg, because I don't see why it's a problem for you to decide whether you're going to help these young kids in these poverty districts. Because I know personally how you feel about the homeless, which is you'll displace homeless people who built a situation for themselves. I stand here today before you, someone who was a foster youth, someone who has been through things, someone who has been through the juvenile system, someone who had no way, and then I built a way for myself, building Camp Resolution, and you guys came for us like y'all haven't even came for nobody that had murdered somebody in my neighborhood. I was born in District 2, okay? I ain't never lived nowhere else. But you kicked us out and displaced us, and now me and my dogs are struggling, suffering, and I came here to talk about myself today, but these young people inspired me to tell you something different. You displaced us. Give these kids their money, what they deserve. What else do black and brown and BIPOC and indigenous people have to do for you to understand that y'all own stolen land? Y'all don't care about us. We got to care about ourselves, and we are tired of being treated the way y'all treat us. We are tired of being left out and under-given things and no resources. You want to help them for real? Because you sure didn't help us. Help these kids. That's the least you could do. That's the least you could do. Because you shit on us while you sat in our face and lied to us. You know? I'm just saying.
I have speaker slips for Asia Matson. I don't see movement. Jalen Joyce.
I already set the time. Good evening. My name is Jalen Joyce, and I'm with Improve It Tomorrow, which is a program specifically for young men of color. And I'm here to tell you guys about my experience with the program. I joined my junior year right after COVID, and that's when I didn't care about nothing else except for football. That's all I cared about. And now, going through the program, being helped by all my mentors, my program manager, they're the first people to tell me about college. They're the first people that told me everything that is ahead of me and gave me the opportunity to learn from them. Now I'm in college. Improve It Tomorrow gave me 3 internships. They allowed me to lobby. They allowed me to work on accounting. They allowed me to help with programming for advocacy. So that gave me a lot of experience, and it gave me the knowledge I have today to know that the work that I do today is going to help my future. So now I've decided to come back. Well, I got the honor and blessing to come back to my own community, my own high school, to serve as the lead mentor for college access. So now I'm helping my brothers that I grew up with get to college and work toward it. Now, the people that I serve, they're just like me. They don't know nothing about college. They don't know nothing about no careers. They don't know nothing that's out there. They don't know what's ahead of them. All they know is their area. So now I have the blessing to teach them about everything. I only been working at my high school for 3 weeks, and I only talked to so far a certain amount of students. And just from the students I talked to so far, they're already lit up. They're already fired up, ready to go after the world. They already know what they want. They're finally telling me their dreams. Now I'm helping them. Now I'm trying to figure out, all right, how are we going to get there? Now we're working together. This is what the money's going to go towards. We're working to really improve our tomorrow every day. Every time I talk to them, we're always trying to figure out, all right, what's going to make us better? What's going to take us to the next level? And now I have the resources to help them with Improve It Tomorrow. I got all the resources that helped me, so now I'm helping them. So thank you guys for the time. I am for the plan.
Thank you for your comments. Landon, then Draymond. So I have Landon, then Draymond, then Jaleel Baker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Landon Devanisha, a rising junior at UCLA studying computer science and linguistics. As well, I'm a proud member of the community-based organization Improve Your Tomorrow for over 6 years now. I want to begin by sharing a part of my life to highlight the importance of community-based organizations that the SIP will be supporting. If you were to tell me 6 years ago that I would be attending college, let alone the #1 public university in America, or even currently interning for the Sacramento Kings doing technology operations, I wouldn't believe you. Prior to enrolling into high school, I had been expelled twice for my terrible actions. I was in desperate need of help. However, things took a turn for the best my freshman year of high school, where I discovered IYT through a friend. I was hooked from the jump, but what reeled me in and sparked a change in me was the college tours. My first trip, we visited Stanford, a place where I met extraordinary people, a place where once in my life realized I must go to college. The college tour showed me just how much I was closed off to my little community, unaware of the good beyond my community. From that day forward, I wanted to do better so I can experience the good life and meet something in this world. IYT has changed my life for the better and is doing it for thousands of other young men of color across the nation. That is why I believe in the power of nonprofit organizations and their work. I urge the council today to support the strategic investment plan and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Draymond Edwards, then Jaleel Baker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Draymond Edwards. I'm 19 years old, second year at Sac State with the interest of business. I'm born and raised in Sacramento, and I'm also a proud member of IYT, Improve Your Tomorrow. I am also in strong support for the strategic investment plan because, just to use IYT as an example, ever since joining this nonprofit organization, they have gave me nothing but opportunities like getting and helping me to college and even took me places I would have never been on a regular basis. They have even connected me with more programs within their own and money opportunities like internships and even becoming a mentor myself and serving to other youth. I think the city should invest into more nonprofit organizations to better reach our communities because young people like me need that push to help, that push and help to be set up right for our future, especially since we are the next ones up. Question, do you believe in wanting to set up a way for your upcoming generation and more generations to come so they can have a good future? If so, I strongly suggest supporting this plan as is and investing in nonprofit organizations throughout Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have 4 more speakers, Jaleel Baker, Jose Cabrera Perez, Dave Verma, then Susan Alcop.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jaleel Baker, and I'm a longtime City of Sacramento resident and also a staff member with Improve Your Tomorrow. I'm a proud staff member. I get to work with these youth and teach them about how to be civically engaged, how to be advocates and leaders in their communities. And I think they're doing a great job today, and we have a couple more youth speakers with IYT here as well. Today I'm here in strong support of the SAC Children's Fund strategic investment plan as it is written. As you all know, this investment plan outlines a great strategy to invest in local nonprofit organizations that serve our most vulnerable communities here in Sacramento. Many of the organizations that you've heard from today have a great relationship with the community, have a proven track record of serving our communities, even in the communities where there may be considerations about, amending this plan. So there are great relationships that exist, and these nonprofits are professional service providers and have a proven track record of doing so. Like IYT, we provide wraparound services, including place-based mentorship, college tours, parent engagement, and so much more. And as you can hear, it really does change lives, and that's what the SAC Children's Fund is about, right? And our nonprofits should be considered partners in the city's work. You guys should consider us as partners who can execute and help out, not an opportunity to take away from the funding and opportunities that you all provide through city programming, but partners with city programming. And so that's why we want to urge the council to continue to support the plan as it is written. If you guys didn't know, this is a community process that many folks have spoken out about. Over 1,000 people talked about how they wanted this money to be spent, and it included calling out nonprofits that look like them, that already serve them, bolstering up those nonprofits. So let's continue to do that and give the community what they want and not do any backdoor political dealings on this.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Jose Cabrera Perez.
Good evening, Council. I'm here today with the Sacramento Kids First Coalition in strong support of the strategic investment plan that was drafted by local commissioners. The strategic investment plan SIP outlines the essential steps to guide Sacramento to start investing in the future of our young people. Sacramento only uses 1.5% of the budget on young people when they make up over 35% of the population. That's only $350 per young people. We know our young people deserve more, especially after the impacts of living through a global pandemic. The CBOs empower youth by building self-confidence and essential life skills through mentorship and programs, such was my experience with IYT as a mentor fellow, helping young people graduate high school and attend college. That is why I strongly urge the council to support funding the nonprofits.
Thank you for your comments. Dave Verma. And Dave Verma is our final speaker on this item.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Verma. I am a senior at Valley High School. I've been a member of IYT for about 6 years, and I wholeheartedly support Measure L. And with Measure L, we could offer more resources to programs such as IYT that help me get opportunities such as an internship with Councilmember Mai Vang that I otherwise would not have got. And I think it limits a negative influence on youth, such as drugs. It helps keep youth busy in a program where you're doing homework, you're actively going to college tours, you're doing things where you're not getting such as a negative influence on yourself. Throughout Valley High School, and I also my dad has a store in Oak Park, and I witnessed a lot of drug abuse from minors. People will go to extent to get it. And I feel like if they have these programs where they're actively going to college tours and just keeping the youth busy, it'll limit the impact of drugs on our youth, and it'll influence them to go to college and support IYT's mission, help people of color to get into college and just higher that rate of success. Thank you.
No more speakers. Wow. I want to, on behalf of the entire City Council, thank all the people who came out tonight, especially the young people, for your passion, for your smarts, and for your commitment. And now what we're going to do is turn it over to the City Council for a discussion because, as I said earlier, we want to hear from our colleagues and see and hear their comments about the Commission's report and then decide tonight or, as I said, in 2 weeks, what direction the City Council wants to take. So let's start with Councilmember Valenzuela. I hope we do hear from everyone tonight. I'm sorry, if anyone is shouting out, just please, thank you. I may have missed, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a privilege to go first right now after my colleague, Councilmember Vang's comments. And I just have to say, wow. I'm trying not to tear up here. I've been a part of a lot of special moments since taking this dais, but I can hands down say that nothing compares to what I just heard from these young people and from their allies. I cannot. For you all to be so courageous in sharing your story and talking about, it was both heartbreaking, but in a really good way, right? It's heartbreaking because you've used that pain to turn it into something good. And so I just want to thank you for that because that's powerful. That's not, a lot of people couldn't do that. And so I just want to thank you for that. My commissioner, Dr. Williams, shout out, Data Queen from Sac State. My commissioner will tell you that when she took the seat, when I appointed her, I had 4 words for her. Marina Vista Aldergrove, right? Otherwise known as New Helvetia CV Circle to those of us in the know, right? Because that area, a few square city blocks equivalent, is home to over 1,000 young people who live in some of the biggest public housing complexes in the city of Sacramento. And from day one, I said, you cannot forget these kids, right? Where I will go get on board with anything you propose to me, just do not forget these kids. Everybody forgets these kids, don't forget these kids. An area where there's all too much low academics, isolated, they're totally segregated in their public schools. There's way more violence and tragedy there than I can even say without actually crying. And I can tell you that it's interesting because that neighborhood is actually not on this map. And I'm not worried. I'm not worried because I know the map is not meant to be exclusionary. I know the map is meant to be just one part of how we look at how we prioritize these communities. I know that the areas on that map need this. As much as I know CV Circle, New Helvetia need this, I also know that the areas on that map real need this. But it's layered with priority populations, right? It's layered with, so my kids in my district who live in public housing, who experience homelessness, who experience violence, they're still gonna benefit from this program even though they don't live in that map area. That's the part of this, right? Like you don't target Upperland Park saying, hey, there's need over here, we're gonna target Upperland Park, because most of those kids in Upperland Park don't have those challenges. You're gonna target the kids within that area. That's why they're not on the map, right? It's the difference between a geographic program, like I'm gonna do a program in Del Paso Heights, because this has an area of need and there's a system of need up here, versus I'm gonna target specific kids in these neighborhoods that I know exist everywhere in our city, because they will exist everywhere. And that's my specialty, right? So when they come to the city, they're gonna be telling me how they prioritize public housing kids, right? What is their experience working with kids who live in these types of communities, who have these experiences, and that's how they will be judged. And so I wanna thank the commission for being really thoughtful about that, because it's a struggle that I've had, right? It's hard to look at a map when you represent a district and not see that neighborhood in there that you're like, oh, like I really want them to get the priority that they need. But the reality is they're still included in this plan. And that's the fundamental understanding that Dr. Williams, at all the updates we had, nothing in this plan was a surprise to me. She told me every step of the way, all the disagreements you all worked through. Can I just say, the fact that this was a unanimous decision by this commission is a huge, huge achievement. Y'all come from different parts of the city, you have different experiences, but I also have to tell you that if we had to pay this commission a consultant rate based on their personal and professional experience, there'd be no more money left in this fund. Because you all really put your personal capital on the line, you put your relationships on the line, your experience, your skills to make this the plan. And I know that every single detail in this plan was debated. There is nothing in here that is arbitrary. You didn't just come up with $1,000 a month, right? You didn't just come up with 20%. Everything here was debated and argued and researched and looked at, and this was developed so thoughtfully. And so I want to thank you for that, because I can see a path forward for every young person in my district that's had struggles in this plan. So I'm incredibly grateful for that. I have to also say that, frankly, I'm ready to go right now. I've been ready to go. And I say that because, and that's just me personally, I haven't been in a lot of other discussions that happen. I was out of the Brown Act bubble, I think probably because my colleague knows how I feel about these things. But I will tell you that right now, I want to thank the foster youth providers who came and spoke, because all I could think about was how many kids in this city are in foster youth care right now who are foster young people who are about to turn 18. And when I think back to when I turned 18 and what that meant to me, how excited I was, right? Like I was 18, I was an adult, I was looking forward to it. It never really occurred to me that for those young people in our city, the sense of dread, right? Like the sense of knowing that when I turn 18, the bottom falls out. When I turn 18, suddenly I don't got a place to go. They won't get, and it's not because my foster parents don't care about me, it's gonna be because the system has decided I can fend for myself. I think about how many kids in our city are gonna turn 18 this month. You know, I think about the number of kids in our city who would have benefited from these programs. Frankly, I think about Sophia, who's a little 8-year-old girl in CV Circle in New Helvetia area who was shot in the head 2 months ago, and what this program would have meant for her. What it still would mean for her family and her brothers and sisters. See, here comes the tears again. A lot of you got those tear calls on this because I was like, what can we do? What can we do? This is what every single person said when I called them. Every single person said, we need multi-year funding. We need funding to target these kids. We need it now. We needed it yesterday. Please, please, please. We need to get these funds on the street. And so I'm ready to go right now. I was ready to go a few months ago. I appreciate that you took a deliberative process, but I just have to say that I've never seen the city put forward something this thoughtfully and intentionally designed. And to the folks who might be concerned about how this, like I have to say, some of this is going to be better served by city programs. Frankly, we know that. We do some of this stuff already, some of it isn't. And I think what's going to be so important for us as we implement this is the rubric we use to judge who gets money and who doesn't, so we can justify to the public why certain choices were made, how we're evaluating people, are they financially stable, what is their history serving this population. You know, all of that work is going to be so, so important. But I take it to heart that that this needs to move as quickly as we possibly can. And that's my personal feeling, Mr. Mayor, and happy to hear my colleagues' thought.
Very good, of course. Councilmember Tao.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. And first off, I would like to thank all speakers and you for coming out tonight. I myself once was a youth, and I myself grew up in the city of Sacramento, and guess what? I grew up in the most disadvantaged neighborhoods. When I look at this map and I look at the disadvantaged area, I was in one of those marginalized community where I didn't know I grew up in a very, very low income neighborhood. I see myself in you all tonight, and I thank you all for coming out to advocate, because we need our voices, youth voices, to be heard, especially our neighborhoods. I don't want tonight to be a discussion on backfilling city funding or supporting the youth. I think this is something that we can all collaborate and work together and definitely support youth funding and programming for the city of Sacramento. There's a lot of things to realize about my district, and I'm so torn on this. But then, I truly believe that in order to serve our most marginalized communities, we need that trusted messenger, that trusted nonprofit, that trusted. We've seen it over and over the past 40, 30, 50 years. Our neighborhoods aren't changing, or the dynamics, socioeconomic status in our neighborhoods aren't changing. And it's time that we work with the people of the neighborhoods to definitely work to reach those youth. And I think the commissions, for definitely working on this for the past couple of years. I know my commissioner is no longer on the commission, but then he has always worked really hard on it, Verbal Adams, and also kept my office updated on the work that you guys all do on the commission and the discussion, robust discussion that you have. And so, I was also out of the Brown Act bubble with my colleagues, but I just wanted to, say that I'm ready to move forward for a vote tonight as well. I realized that, District 2, just on the first 30 zip codes on the Child Opportunity Index, 12 of my health index, or 12 of my census, 12 of my area census is on there. I only have 2 zip codes. My area really, really needs help, from infrastructure improvement, parks improvement. We have a community center, Johnston Park, and I really want this funding to go to activate it. But I also see that, I want it to be a public and private partnership to really activate that community center, so that marginalized communities, homeless youth, communities that usually don't get highlighted, gets an access to the center as well. And so I really see this as an opportunity for the city and the community to work together. I really believe that, again, last year I realized the city put out an RFP for one of my community centers, the Johnson Center. It's been vacant for the past 6-7 years, and we actually have no bidders that bidded to utilize the community center, and that is something that I want to point out to CBOs too, because I realized as I grew up in North Sacramento, I work for council, I run my own CBO now, other than what I do on the dais. I realized that a lot of services do stop north of the river, and doesn't go into communities like Del Paso Heights, Ben Ali, Hagenwood, Strawberry Manors, Norato, Old North Sacramento, and these are the areas that are highlighted. And so I want us to consider strategic and well-intended programs and plan to really get my community involved, the community of North Sacramento involved in all this process. And so I want us, Mayor, want to hear from all my colleagues as well.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Tao. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. It goes without saying for everybody that showed up and the youth that left because they have school tomorrow, and everybody who took time to be here to express your thoughts and your opinion. It's important that we listen and thank our Measure L for their service, our commissioners, our city staff, our youth voice for being here. I look at this from, I spent 20 years of my life as a school board member. I grew up with my mom having run a daycare out of our house and knowing that she was the neighborhood daycare center that though she never told me, I knew even as a kid the families that were struggling to pay, where my mom would make deals with them so that there was, that high quality daycare providership, especially for our 0 to 1. I am proud that Natomas Unified was one of the first districts to bring in IYT. And I've seen year over year what it has done for our students. But I will concur with Councilmember Tao. A lot of things stop and don't come north of the river for all of our children. As a board member, I saw the need, and professionally, I worked in and around our foster kids and know that generally like 1% sometimes attend some version of college, and a majority touch our criminal justice system. But we, and I as a school board member, increased those services and those access for our foster kids, because I knew if we could get them to graduate high school and have a support service for them, there was hope. And, we had Summer at City Hall was just presented to us, our youth program, and there was an overarching theme of the need for mental health. And I say all these things as background because we look at what are we doing for Measure L, and what are the overarching goals of, well, one of them is to support the mental health that our youth talk about. And it's sad because today, or this month, is Suicide Awareness and Appreciation Month. Hashtag 988. That's a number we all need to know and educate people on, because suicide rate for youth in Sacramento is 8% higher than the overall state average. So how we thoughtfully invest these funds is something that we need to look at. And look at how we reduce homelessness among youth and foster care. Without a doubt, I will just tell you now, I will fight. It better be 20% for universal basic income for foster kids. I will call one of you all outside. I think we all agree, but there has got to be. I have worked in this area. I have seen what it has done for our kids. This is the population where we can make the greatest change. We have 1,100 of these kids. There is no consistency. They don't have the love that my children have. They don't have the support services. So let's be the big hug. If we could solve this, I think we're changing lives forever. But finding a way with foster youth to support and invest our youth so they see hope, and especially with our foster youth where life and adults have failed them. And that's that one. I will just tell you where I'm at. Plain and simple there. We got to reduce substance abuse. Fentanyl and deaths for youth under 25 have tripled since 2019 in Sacramento County. That's an alarming statistic. And I will go back to what our youth told us at Summer at City Hall. They're going to listen to each other. So we need to listen to our youth when we also do strategic investment of how do we support youth organizations who are the ones leading in the voice and educating and doing that peer-to-peer support. And preventing youth violence. That comes to how do we have that overarching support? And how do we have something when we look at, I can tell you, north of the river, we have IYT at our high school, but we don't have a lot of additional CBOs. It's because Natomas Unified is bringing in additional support services for our youth. But I have my own council office run one youth program for teens to sign up just to do something, because there aren't those services. So how do we reduce violence? It's creating community, it's creating partnerships, it's creating a sense of family that they may not have, but it's also creating a safe space for all of our kids to go. And it's, remember, not every youth has that safe place to go, and we need to be mindful. While I look at the seed and I appreciate the tool, because we all know I talk about data, one of the things that I'm going to call out, of which Councilmember Talamontes and I share, is we share huge multifamily apartment complexes in Natomas where a significant amount of our low-income youth reside. That doesn't show up on any map. So I'm speaking for the kids at Atrium Court, Natomas Park, North Point Park, Terracina Gold, Terracina Meadows, The Loft, Valencia Point, Westview Ranch, and Willow Glen Apartments. Because we don't have the services those kids deserve. And then it's the funding of the healthy development from 0 to 5. Do you know on average, if you send your child to daycare, it costs $10,000 a year, one child. If you send them privately, $17,000. What are we doing when we're not supporting our working families? And when we talk about equity is important and equity comes with responsibility, it's also acknowledging childcare is a crisis. And how do we support? Because I can tell you, I really appreciate the city's partnership with Natomas Unified and 4th R. We've invested money such that 800 families in Natomas can have free or reduced 4th R payments so that there are safe places for our kids, but that's elementary school. What about our 0 to 5? So I do support increasing, and how do we look for those family providers? I'm going to say it. My zip code, a majority of D1, is 95835. When you look at it, it tends to assume that it's a high wealth district and a high wealth zip code. But you know what Measure L is for? It is for all youth impacted by trauma, violence, and other areas. So I want to remember that I truly do believe there's been some areas of the city that haven't been invested in like they're supposed to, but this is about all kids. And I want to make sure that we keep that in mind when we're looking at this, that we're looking at all kids, and we don't just say you have to be of the lowest income. Because one of the things I do know from the ARPA funding that this council invested in before I was able to join it was looking at how do we make sure that we keep people in their homes. And one of the most successful programs was working with SHRA and paying the rent and others to keep them in their home. When I told you the name of all of those apartment complexes, they are not even a paycheck away from becoming homeless. And those are more kids on our streets. So I want to be mindful that we don't rely on the seed equity tool for that is the basis of how we decide things. I think it's good data, but I want to see as we look at investing that we're also investing in all kids in all areas of our city. I am interested in hearing about where the rest of my council is on how we split apart the funding, specifically, looking at probably a more equitable split, because the city has some amazing programs that we've already set up, that we already are talking about. We know the kids use these and we need to expand them, and that maybe just keeping 15% of the funding for city is not enough to expand programs that we already know are successful. And I also say that because I'm concerned as we go out, if a significant amount goes to outside entities, I'm always going to bring this up. We got to have transparency. We got to have accountability. I have to know the data. Is the money that we're spending and what the taxpayers asked us to spend on youth, are they spending it on youth? Is it being spent on administration? So being very thoughtful of the mechanism for accountability. And I'm not even sure we have city staff to truly monitor for that oversight if a significant amount of money right away goes out to CBOs instead of a thoughtful approach of what we have and maybe what we need to expand, especially if you look at our Sacramento Police Department and the CBOs they are working with youth in addressing violence. What is already successful and how can we expand that? So a couple items I do want to just look at, and I am mindful and thoughtful that I know a rush decision generally leaves somebody behind. A thoughtful discussion or delay that no more than 2 weeks that comes back, that we make sure that we are, this is the first time I've seen it while I've watched all the Measure L commissions, reviewing it and having this conversation as a council and hearing from all of us, I'm okay with the delay. Can we clarify the definition of at-risk youth to ensure that we are funding program and policies tailored to address the specific needs and challenges faced by our at-risk youth? I think we just need a little bit of clarification. I also want attached and clarified the memo that was provided by our diversity and equity manager, Ami Barnes, regarding how the implementation of the C tool was intended, because it wasn't intended to be used as a baseline for how we allocate this funding. On guaranteed basic income, if this council goes forward with this, one of the things I'd like to be considered as part of, which I think is essential, is that youth who also designate and get this funding, that they get financial training and awareness training, because a lot of the times our youth don't understand budgeting and financial awareness that I think is very important. I am supportive of the 2-3 year contract, but I think we need to have something where we are giving 2-year contracts with the option of a 1-year extension. Because what if we realize a CBO after 2 years is not doing what we need to do and we need to tweak it? I want to provide a little bit of an incentive that if this is bumpy, but if we find that, it's easy to just do, we do this all the time on consent. But it gives a little bit of a flexibility of accountability and oversight that I think is really important. And I agree. Tonight is about getting it right in an urgent manner, but I'm okay in an urgent manner of 2 weeks still doesn't do anything to us getting our money out. Because I know the decision we make tonight, which I'm already a yes on this plan with tweaks, but we're making a decision now that is going to forever change the lives of the youth coming now.
Okay.
And we got to do that right. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Kaplan. Very thoughtful. Appreciate it. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the hard work of the commissioners. It was a very well-written strategic investment plan. Very well done. I heard we've talked about some tweaks, and I'm sure we can talk about that all day long. My tweak is real simple. I'm fine with 2- to 3-year contracts, but with 1-year evaluations, where we are evaluating on a more frequent basis. That doesn't mean we take the money away unless that person is not getting the contract done in a way that we expect. But that's really the main tweak that I want. But I just wanted to thank you for your hard work on the strategic action plan. I have a saying that I mentioned to a couple of you: failure to plan is planning to fail. And you have a plan that I don't believe is destined to fail. I think it is a very good plan, so I just want to let you know that. And it's also a plan that was developed for youth who most impacted by poverty, by violence, and by trauma. So what you set out to do, you were able to get it done. So I just want to give you hands up for a great job on doing that. I also want to thank the youth who showed up. And can I say they also showed out? Because they had something to say tonight, right? A couple of things I heard them say very clearly is that their time is right now, that they have waited too long. They said that it is necessary that action starts today, not tomorrow, but today. They heard them say we simply don't have enough resources, but they feel that Measure L is the opportunity to change that. They wanted to make sure that we heard their voices and that we knew that their potential is unlimited and it's only limited by the resources that they don't have today. If you open the door and give them unlimited resources, they can achieve anything. They wanted us to hear that we need to invest in our youth and that, yes, their voice does matter. And one thing that a person said that was really important to me is that positive generational impact today, tomorrow, will affect us for all of our futures. positive generational impact. So, you know, I'm really impressed with the work that's been done. I could go through this thing and try to figure out how to change it, but what I want to do is I want to get it started. And then I want to work with the commission on ways that we can figure out how to tweak it so that we can make it even better. Can I say more better?
More better.
More better. We can make it more better. And so, but I want to get it moving forward. So I'm ready tonight because I've heard enough from the commission. I've heard enough from our youth. I've heard enough from our parents. I've heard enough from our community-based organizations. I was one of those kids that a community-based organization that had a person working in it touched me on my shoulder and told me, you know, you got what it takes. And for whatever reason, I believe that person. And it changed my whole life. It sent me in a whole different direction. And so I know the impact and the power that community-based organizations, people working in the schools, people working in the out-of-school, people working in the summer programs, I know the impact that those programs have on young people. It hurts me to my heart that we have a community-based, not a community-based, but a center that's not being utilized in ways that it should be. We have to make sure that those programs go into that center so that community is completely affected and positively affected. And so we have to make sure that we can't have buildings that are unused and not properly utilized in any area of the city. So I am interested in trying to make sure that we serve. There was somebody who was talking about more equity. I want to make sure that the whole city is served. I definitely want to go to areas that are at the highest risk. I want to go there first. But at some point in time, we need to touch the whole city because today's areas that are at risk may be tomorrow's areas that are okay, but then you've neglected the areas that weren't at risk, and now they are at risk. So we have to make sure that we take care of that as well. So I'm good, and I'm ready to go tonight.
You're ready to go tonight. I'm going to listen to every member, and then I'm going to weigh in on this controversial question of tonight versus 2 weeks, which I know is the great issue of the night, and I appreciate it, but I am going to listen to everybody, and then I'm going to try, as your mayor, to put this into context and, again, recommend a decision that is not only the right thing tonight, but the right thing for the next 2 to 3 to 5 years. But let's see what my other colleagues have to say, because we haven't heard from everybody yet. All right, Vice Mayor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will try to keep this fairly brief. You might have noticed me coughing. I have a cough, but it's not COVID. Just want to let everybody know. I know people were looking at me like, is she okay? I'm okay. I want to start with thank yous because I know that everybody's done that, but I think it's really important to start there. First of all, with our commission, some incredible people. Shout out Davon, D5 Commissioner, great work. But just really heard wonderful things about all of you and the work that you put into this. It's, as Councilmember Jennings said, it's an incredible plan. There's a lot of detail. It's based in data and evidence and a lot of passion and a lot of community input. So just want to lift that up. I want to lift up our EPC staffers. Renee and Sarah, thank you for all of your work. Third Plateau, the consultants that went into this, our youth commission, and all the youth who showed up. It's just, I was saying earlier tonight before we even started that it's really cool to have a packed house and have it be about something really positive, right? We're getting money out to the community and to our youth, and we're talking about how do we do that. That's a really good place to be. That's not a place we were even a year or two ago. So I'm really excited about that. I had a whole thing written out, but I'm going to keep it more brief because I know it's getting late into the night. But I just heard tonight from a lot of young people that there are unique challenges that young people are facing in our city around mental health, around violence in the community and beyond. And I heard that there's a lot of organizations that are doing great work, and it's important to uplift those organizations. You might have noticed on the map that District 5 is incredibly impacted in both the COI and the SEED tool. I do want to acknowledge my colleagues who say, this data doesn't show everything. You're right. There are kids in neighborhoods all over the city of Sacramento that might not show up on these tools, but it is a really good guiding light to at least start the conversation. I'd be remiss if I wasn't advocating for District 5. It's clearly one of the places that needs the most love, and District 2, of course. And so, I do think that we should focus on that equity. Where do we need to focus our energy first? It's not that we're not going to focus everywhere. We are. It's that we're going to focus on the places that really have been left behind. And a lot of those places are in District 5 and in District 2. And so I would love to see that as we move forward, is making sure that we're focusing, using that data, finding other ways. I really appreciated one of the commenters who talked about there are lots of ways to look at data and to manipulate it so that we can see all the layers. I think we should do that. We should spend a lot of time and energy focusing on that, because I don't want anyone to be left behind. And I know there's certainly kids that live in neighborhoods, even in some of the areas that are not on the map, who really need the help. So we need to make sure that we're hitting everywhere and everyone. I'm going to focus on just a couple process issues that I think are important. So one of the things that has come to me, I think it was Councilmember Valenzuela who brought this up about the rubric. I think the scoring process is going to be crucial. How we take a look at these applications, how we're looking at these programs, how we're constantly assessing them, figuring out what's working, what's not, and being willing to say, okay, we give this a try for a couple years, maybe we're not meeting our goals. Why are we not meeting our goals? Is there something else that could be working? Because I think we have a really high bar to meet here, which is it's the public money. And these are public dollars that it could be used for a variety of other things, serving the community. So we need to make sure that everything that we're putting towards it is uplifting our commitment to fiscal responsibility, and that we're ensuring that we're doing things well. So I know that we can do that because we fund a lot of different programs through the city of Sacramento, and we have for years. It's just top of mind for me that we have that rubric and that it's very transparent. Because I know there's been a lot of people who have been involved in this. There's a lot of people who also have an interest, and those interests might be very good. But it also means that you have an interest. And so I just want to make sure that it's transparent, that the people who are part of the selection committee, for example, are people that are not involved in the process, maybe not connected to any of the organizations who might get funding. Because I don't even want the remote possibility that someone might look at this and say, oh, they're picking favorites at the city of Sacramento. I know that's not true. But we have to make sure that we're upholding that responsibility of the public. So that's something that's of interest to me. So I want to make sure that that process is there. Another thing that got brought to my attention from our community cabinet and some of the constituents who reached out about this is about duplication. So we know, I've seen it a lot in the neighborhood that I live in and the district, that a lot of times we have nonprofits that will pop up and are actually serving sometimes the same communities, doing the same work, and are sometimes even replicating the work of one another. And so I just wanted us to be really conscious in that process, that we're taking a look and seeing where areas served, we're being strategic, and we're making sure that we're not just funding really good ideas, but those ideas make sense in the context of the maps that we're looking at and the work that we need to get done based on the rubric. And then I already mentioned this advocacy, and I think Councilmember Jennings also mentioned this. We need to constantly be taking a look, what's working, what's not. That's the way that we're going to stay nimble and ensure this money is spent well. That's very important to me. One thing that hasn't been mentioned that has been in the back of my mind, in the front of my mind, actually, is around the workforce. So one of the things that has been brought to my attention by some of our employees, even here at the city of Sacramento, is right now our youth programs that are served by the city are done by workers that are often in a union, that make a living wage, that have health care, and have those benefits that come along with being in a union. I know, because I used to work in the nonprofit world, that it's not always common to have a living wage in that space, or to have health care. And I think that is something that we need to be thoughtful of. And so I know, there are not many nonprofits that are unionized. I recognize that. And so I certainly wouldn't want it to be a requirement, but I do want us to think about, as a city during the selection process, that we are prioritizing organizations that at a bare minimum have a labor peace agreement. So they're saying, hey, for those who aren't aware, a labor peace agreement basically says, I'm an employer, I am not going to get in the way if a union wants to come in here and talk to my employees and they choose to unionize. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a union, doesn't mean that they have to be, but it at least says, hey, I'm not going to get in the way. To me, that's a bare minimum. Like, I'm willing to do this because I care about my workers and their decision to decide to be in a union or not. So I would certainly like staff to consider that in their process. And then let me see. Oh, and one other thing is on the size of organizations. So I want to make sure that we're also being considerate of large versus small versus medium-sized organizations. There's a variety that serve our communities. I have a lot of what I would say micro organizations in the neighborhood that I live in and beyond, and they do incredible work. You give them $5,000 and they'll do work that you can't even imagine. Versus if you give $5,000 to a very large organization, you might not see anything come out of that. And it doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means that you have different sizes and their different abilities to pivot and move. And so I think we need to invest in all sizes, because the big ones do their work because they have gotten capitalized to do really major transformative things. That matters. But I also think that there's a lot of boots on the ground organizations that hardly ever get access to this kind of grant funding, and we need to think about them too. So just making sure that we're kind of spreading the love across the map, ensuring that these organizations that don't always get access to resources have the ability to at least be considered in that. And with that, I will end my comments and just really want to appreciate everyone for all their advocacy. I am okay with voting tonight, but also if my colleagues would prefer to wait, I'm okay with that too. I'm either way, because I think if it's 2 weeks to get something right and we have colleagues that have concerns, then 2 weeks, as I understand it, Mr. City Manager, is not going to delay the process of getting RFPs out. Is that correct?
Can you speak to that, Mr. City Manager, for a second?
If we look at the timeline, I'm going to ask Renee to pull that up maybe, but us delaying this 2 weeks does not change the RFP process and the timelines for submittals and reviews, so it will virtually have no impact on our ability to get that out. So I know just enough to be dangerous. Renee?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So,
yeah.
oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'll just pull it up so you can look at it while you're speaking.
Okay.
So with that knowledge, then I'm okay with waiting, knowing that there's at least a handful of my colleagues that want to wait. And it's not going to impact the timeline of getting RFPs out to the community. I think to me, it's better to get it right. So I'll put me down for 2 weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Let's turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a day. I know a lot of our youth are no longer here, and I'm glad to see, everyone's probably at home watching eagerly. I do see my Commissioner Reyes, future President of the United States of America, sitting in the audience. Thank you so much for being here. And to our youth that testified, that are at home now, that were nervous, that's 100% okay and normal. I personally testified at the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors today, and I also was a little nervous. So it's tough being on the other side of the dais, so just know that it's 100% okay to feel that way that you did. Thank you to Sacramento YPSI for all the hard work that you have all done on this. The Sacramento Children's Fund here in the audience, including my Commissioner Volma, our Youth Commissioner, including my Commissioner, future President Reyes, the public for all the work you have done, everyone that has emailed and texted us, really appreciate it. I'm also in support of waiting 2 weeks because I believe it's better to get it done right, and I have a lot of technical questions that I would like City Attorney guidance on, and for it to be a very transparent process, because this is an initiative that was approved by the voters of the City of Sacramento, and I believe that having transparency and accountability in this are going to be the two most important things that we can do as a city council here. And this is our first time deliberating, and just like the budget, we many times have differences of opinion of what should be prioritized, especially with the budget deficit that we currently have. And what the mayor did this budget cycle was took everybody's feedback and incorporated it into a memo that addressed all of our concerns, all of our thoughts, instead of making us here on the dais having this conversation for the first time, not without a Brown Act, and hearing your input so that we can get it done right. And like the city manager said, it doesn't delay the contract timeline. It helps us with transparency and accountability and next steps so that we're all on the same page and that all our voices are heard. So I want to put that on the table. I do want to note that a lot of the conversations that I've heard about this funding have unfairly become a city versus nonprofit funding debate. And that's not what this funding is for. It's for our kids, for all our kids, especially in our lower income neighborhoods. And I believe that we must do our part in with these funds, and I hope that we can achieve something great together. Really just prioritizing the districts on the map, that's, the data is the data. And I do want to note that District 3 doesn't have the same number of nonprofits as other districts doing the work. South Natomas in particular has two small but very mighty nonprofits that carry the tough work, like Stanford Settlement and the Greenhouse, that do so much with such little money and many times haven't been recipients of city grants. So I want to echo Vice Mayor Maples' comments on making sure that we're investing on all nonprofits of all sizes and that it's not the same people getting the funds year after year. I also want to acknowledge that our YPC department currently manages 238 parks, 209 sports fields, 19 community centers and clubhouses, 17 pools, and 24 splash pads. They're also one mighty great team that I'm grateful. And I want to put on the record that we do have capital improvements and deferred maintenance of $132 million. That is included in the baseline funding that Measure L can be used for. And I can't tell you the number of emails I have received as a council member in my last 2 years from community members wanting lights in our parks. A lot of them are traveling all the way down to Hagenwood or to Northgate Park, which is our only soccer sports lit field. And I strongly believe that having our parks being able to be open for a longer time in the day, especially in the evening, is a violence prevention tool. And a lot of those people that email me are at home right now watching this meeting saying, oh my God, please advocate for us. We couldn't make it because we're soccer coaches. And having extracurricular activities and giving kids a space to be in is really, really important to me. And I do prioritize that as a violence prevention mechanism. So if I can have somebody from the Parks Department, maybe Jackie or City Manager, I don't know who, to answer a few questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jackie Beecham, Director of Youth Parks and Community Enrichment. I'll do my best.
Okay.
But I see some of my team stuck around too, so I might pull them up here with me.
Okay, thank you so much, Jackie. So I get a lot of requests for more parks lighting, more splash pads, maintenance in our parks. I get a lot of requests. So can you please provide us with an example of YPC projects that either have been requested or are on the pipeline for this funding, where you have received correspondence, and approximately how much they would cost?
So I can share a sort of preliminary list based on some of the same, our deferred maintenance list. We share this during budget discussions. We have monthly discussions with all of you as well. When we can always come back with a more detailed list that kind of prioritize based on some priority neighborhoods that will have the most significant impact with some investment. But off the top, I can share with you on our deferred maintenance list that are top of the priority that are currently unfunded. We have Johnston Community Park, some lighting replacements and renovations to athletic fields that need to be done out there to better activate that park and create safe spaces. Granite Regional Park is due for an all-weather field replacement and a restroom potentially that we hear regularly from our constituents about. Futsal courts, they've shown up here at council to have some lighting in our futsal courts across the city, particularly Tanzanite Park. Let's see, we have Robertson Wading Pool. We're in the process of completing the Mama Marks Wading Pool conversion, which I know is going to be hugely successful for District 2. And then we have Robertson Wading Pool that we'd like to convert to a splash pad to increase access to that space. We also have Colonial Park restrooms that need to be replaced or added, to support a wading pool conversion there as well. We're very interested, based on community feedback, in developing the 24th Street Bypass Park and adding a playground there as well. Robla Community Park, we've also heard very loud and clear from our community about the interest for a community center in that space. So those are just a few of the projects, and those alone, I would say, value over, $15 million or so. But again, our deferred maintenance list exceeds $132 million. But we'd be happy to report back on a more specific prioritized list that does align with qualifying components in Measure L.
Jackie, when you come back, maybe we can break that out by district so the council can see that.
Sure, absolutely.
You know what, thank you, City Manager, and that would be perfect. I would love for that to be included in the staff report for all of us here on the dais to see, hey, like what projects in your district can get funded based on what you're also hearing from your community group. So for example, I have Northgate Park. It's one of my only parks in my very low-income neighborhoods, and we haven't had a bathroom door for a few years. And Jason's hard at work. We finally secured some funding, but it's tough. There's so many priorities that feedback that we get from the community, and we have to pick because we just are so limited in the amount of dollars that we get. So how much does it cost just for parks lighting? Because Tanzanite Park is one of the common requests I get.
I believe between 700 and $1 million. Would that be about accurate? Yeah. So that would include. I guess it depends on the amenity. If it's a futsal court, if it's an athletic field, and you also have to consider path of travel. So it's a pretty significant investment, but has tremendous benefits for activating that space for youth in the evenings.
Yeah, and for my council colleagues, for me, what I see is from 5 to 10 p.m. or what time do the parks close? 10, right?
Sunset, but
Sunset,
we do
okay,
permit
sorry.
parks. We do permit parks in the evening where we have lighting.
Okay,
Yep.
see, and so I see that as a gun violence prevention, where we give our kids the places to go to release energy, to be active, to do sports. It's something that I signed myself up for when I lived in Willows, California, and I signed myself up for soccer. So thank you. In this year's budget, good for now. I might come back. In this year's budget deficit, our community centers were impacted, and to incorporate equity, we did do a one-time scholarship fund to allow those financial hardships to reserve spaces. And for next year, that will run out as we have a bigger budget deficit. So I would like to incorporate that we include $600,000 to $1 million to YPSI in scholarship funds that can help both nonprofits and people with hardship. So if nonprofits want to rent a community center, they can get a fee waiver so they don't have to pay the fee or to pay for the space. So I would like to make that recommendation. For the city attorney, does the charter require the percentage breakdowns?
Do you mean the percentage breakdowns that are currently in the proposed plan?
Yes, so right now the breakdowns are 20% for UBI and 65% for nonprofits, which 20% of the UBI would probably be a nonprofit that manages it. So that's 85% of Measure L's funding is going to nonprofits. So does the charter require the percentage breakdowns? Can it be 30, 80, or can't?
Yeah, the recommendations that are in the SIP are that recommendations of the commission based on what they have studied, but the charter doesn't require these breakdowns. In other words, it's their recommendations to split the
Neither
funds
does
in that
Measure
way.
L. Measure L doesn't require it either.
That's the charter, Measure L.
Yeah,
charter.
Measure L.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious how the commission got to the percentage breakdowns of 65 and 20% with only 15% remaining. And so I guess the city attorney, do we on the council have do we have to do, so we don't have to do a percentage breakdown, or can we modify that?
Yeah, you can modify it. It's just a recommendation from them at this point.
Okay. I think that there's nonprofits that do amazing work, and I think that the Parks Department does amazing work, and I believe that we do need more investments in safe spaces for our kids to go to. So I do believe it needs to be a 50-50 split, keeping in mind that the 50% that the City of Sacramento Parks Department gets can be used to give to nonprofits to supplement their programs. It's not just tied to the Parks Department. They can use it and do contracts kind of like what we do now to help with after-school programs. So something for my colleagues to consider to make it more equitable with our city staff and with the nonprofits that are going to be applying. So a question for the city attorney. Based on the charter language, can you clarify what an open, transparent, and competitive process means?
The charter doesn't currently have that definition, Measure L. The charter doesn't currently have that definition, so you're going to default to the typical definition. It's got to be transparent. It has to be judged based on a set of established criteria that everybody would have access to.
Okay, so who decides that process? Because I know in another section and through the commission's recommendations, one of the ratings was for when the RFPs come in, there would be 2 of the commission members on the panel to review the RFQs. So who decides that exact process of how the RFPs are reviewed when they come in?
The city staff would.
City staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly with any input from the council, as you're currently providing now. Some of the things you want them to take a look at, some of the things you would want them to put in the process, but the city staff would develop it.
City staff would develop it.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just not comfortable with 2 of our commissioners on the Sacramento Children's Fund being a part of the process to decide where the money goes if they're the ones that decided the unique structure of it.
Well, I would say that we do procurements all day long, every day. And so we would follow best practices and we would clear any conflicts such as the ones you're discussing.
Okay. And that's part of the 2-week wait where I don't feel comfortable with not having it be very straightforward and clear about how the money, we have the buckets of categories, which we all agree on. The percentages, I think we might all disagree or agree. We're, a little split. But it being a very transparent process where everybody knows exactly what's going to happen, step 1, step 2, step 3, is so important to me. And I think that the city attorney needs to help us out, and we got to make it really public for our nonprofits for all to follow. So that's my ask for the delay. So I'd like to give direction to staff, to Jackie and to our Parks Department to come back to council in 2 weeks with recommended expenditure plan reflecting a 50-50 split between CBOs and non-CBO entities. And for transparency purposes, all applications regarding funding coming back to council for approval.
Yeah, that's, if I may.
Mine's direction, it's not a motion.
It's not a motion. It's just your direction, just as every member is giving input.
Yes.
What I plan to do, just as you described with the famous mayor's letter for the budget, is with my lead colleagues, I'm taking in all this input, and I'd like to help craft the right kind of motion that I think will muster the strongest majority possible. And that's why I'm listening and taking all the notes, and I'm going to make my comments as soon as Councilman Guetta is finished and kind of give you just a suggestion, everyone a suggestion about how I think we can do this. So your direction is absolutely clear. Your input is clear.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes, thank you. Councilman Guetta?
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I just want to, again, thank our mighty and small YPSI staff. There's 3 of them that are charged with executing an entire charter amendment here and making sure that it meets the standard of the voters. Also want to first thank my Measure L commissioner, Lillian Gaffati, and thank goodness that we got her before the little one comes in and got to this point. So that was a commitment. Let's make sure we get to the council before it comes in. And also just to thank her for her dedication as a child and family therapist with the Sacramento Children's Receiving Home and the work that she does daily in creating an opportunity and healing for young kids. Thank you. I think I could see clearly in this report the number one focus on youth mental health and making sure that we are focusing as a city, how do we create safe and productive places for young kids? Thank you for being that voice for us. I'm excited about being here, today. The fact that I early as a proponent of Measure M, that failed with the voters. I supported Measure G, that failed with the voters, but we got Measure L because I've always felt that the city needed to do more in providing both safe and productive places for young people. And to me, that's the fundamental focusing point. We need to have locations and places that are safe and productive, that help young people become the most of themselves. And this is why I also am very happy to see that the guiding principles focus on the healthy development of children 0 to 5. And you've heard me repeat this over again, but I will repeat it again. By the age of 3, over 80% of a brain's child development has already occurred. I believe it's 85%. And by the age of 5, it's over 90% of the brain's child development has occurred at that point. And so for those many families, working families, who don't have not only affordable but quality child care, and I don't disregard or don't knock the fact that many families have their tias and tios and abuelitas who take care of their kids. Many of them are not professionals in that, and many of them are helping in the pedagogy and the development of kids at a very crucial time. So the fact that we're focusing on that Hearing Child Action here, and also I want to recognize our County Board of Ed trustee, Bina Lefkowitz, who's been involved in our city-county child care partnership, has focused on that. The other piece is also that when we don't have focus on early childhood education and quality and available child care, then many times our households are not are unstable, and that instability because of a safe place, because of either income or parents being able to educate and grow their education becomes a challenge. So I really want to hone in on mental health, on the child care piece, and making sure that we look at that as a critical component of what we do here. The one area where I think we need to really, hone in on the workforce side is on the career development. We have a challenge in recruiting the next generation of city employees, and the city provides opportunities with healthcare, with retirement, with great career pathways at all levels, without a college degree or with the college degree. Whether you're an engineer or with our city, whether you're a firefighter here with our academy, with our police department, or even the very youth programs that are engaging young people. And so I would like to see, this is my direction, that our workforce focus here, look at that. I mean, one of the biggest challenges we have is in recruiting and making sure that we have a well and diverse staff in our fire department. Our focus should be, in my opinion, is that we look at these youth programs that encourage young kids to go into those careers that within less than a generation, they will be making more than their parents, and in these and in these zip codes, because of the careers in fire science and in fire safety. And finally, I support our foster youth. I mean, the reality is this is the capstone and where we can address the issue of homelessness, where we can create opportunity and again create some stability. And when we create that stability, that's important. Now, here's where I agree with my colleagues on that. Not all of it has to be in the nonprofit sector either. I think the nonprofit sector is important. It fills a gap. I've been a strong advocate, and the mayor knows how often I was in his office pushing for funding for La Familia and creating the Opportunity Zone, and how, when we were looking at the Aggie Square Community Development Agreement, I pushed hard to make sure that we had Asian resources, La Familia Counseling Center, Pro Youth and Families, and also the oh my gosh, Cassandra was there at the time. The Urban League as part of a diverse way of getting support for the community. But there are very, very dramatic needs in areas, particularly in my council district, where we continue to need more resources from our well-supported programs. And I'll start by remembering the first night when I got sworn into council. It was they were going to cut the 4th Art program because of budget challenges. And that would have created so much instability for working families. Now, that program is a fee-for-service program, but it still costs the city money to actually manage and operate. And the facility costs still are a challenge. And so if we can't provide adequate after-school programming, then that is not the school's responsibility, but a good place for young people, then we're missing the opportunity here to, one, create stability in the household, and also a safe and productive place for young kids. I have been very adamant about the lack of bathrooms in our public parks. My 3-year-old is just transitioning out of diapers, and I went through this most recently with my 6-year-old. And they're probably going to hate this when they look back at these recorded videotapes. But the reality is of asking a family that they're going to come to a park and then they're going to try to make it home in time is unrealistic. We need to be making sure that our community parks, neighborhood parks, have available and clean and reliable bathrooms. I'm just going to bring up Colonial Park bathroom here. It's anywhere from $500,000 to $600,000 to get it. Lawrence Park doesn't even have a bathroom. And unfortunately, in Lawrence Park, a park that, very working class families, I've been talking to a family who, because of the age of and the old design of this Little League field, has had softballs break the constant windows of their only working vehicle, and this is a working class community off Fruit Ridge that have very little means, and when their vehicle is broken, they can't get their kid to school, they can't get their kid to the doctor, they can't get to work to provide for their family, and that's an issue that needs an upgrade. It isn't just the basics, and it is not supplanting. And I'm going to look at Earl Warren Park. Again, that bathroom has been shut for years. It's another $500,000. We're looking at Granite restroom. Granite provides so many opportunities for young kids, but it doesn't even have bathrooms. They have to truck them in just so that kids can compete on the weekends. Again, that one, another big challenge there. I'm going to bring up Niños Park. Niños Park, we just spent a lot of money there to create an opportunity where there was a desert in South Natomas, and yet still, all of these locations, I think, of just on the deferred maintenance side so that we can actually have public spaces available. And some of these, I'll mention that I agree District 6 has a lot of spots, but, in Talac Village and in Colonial Manor that doesn't fit within those zones, they still have those challenges with those deferred maintenance areas. So I have a large question about what this percentage is. About nonprofit versus city needs and city resources, particularly when I hear that from families with young kids who felt that this year's aquatic programs were limited and they couldn't get into the aquatic programs in hot summers. A city facility, again, that it was capped at places. And I know the stress. Parents know the stress when you want a safe place for their kid and you're waiting for the online on the city to open up and everybody's clicking that trigger to register for a program. And even our Georgetown Community Center, which is in one of the zones that is targeted, how much, again, the resources that we don't have there are programs available that are city funded, that should be city funding and that have been city funded, that we need to focus on. Finally, I will just say that, again, I think one of the important things is that we are making sure that the city focuses on the best way to provide safe and productive places for young kids. To me, it doesn't have to be one or the other. I think we have to find out what is the best approach to achieve that. But first and foremost, before we go out and start expanding, let's improve on what we have today and make sure that these places are available for other folks. So I'll stop there and say that, on the 2 weeks issue, I agree there needs to be changes, and I'd like to see some of this direction incorporated in those changes. And as I was told when I worked for a carpenter, measure twice, but cut once. So thank you for that.
Okay. I know Councilmember Valenzuela has a clarity question, and then I'm going to say something to Mr. City Manager. Go ahead.
I just want to say, if we're to come back with this, I'm going to ask our team to provide a list of the CBOs we currently work with through YPSI. This is Mayor Pro Tem's point earlier, and that is that, even if, for instance, if we talk about the percentages, right, even if 100% of the funding went, quote unquote, to staff, that gets out to the CBO community in a real way. And I want to ask Jackie and the team to bring that back so that you all have that information.
Well, and I think Councilmember Valenzuela has a corollary of that question.
I do.
In a way. So let's get that out so that there's some
I would love
common understanding.
Jackie or Renee maybe to come back up, because I think Mayor Pro Tem mentioned something that cued for me that I think there's been a miscommunication about who's eligible for this fund, because both the measure and the strategic plan, based on what I'm reading, include the city explicitly as an eligible organization. And then there's a later section section that says of this discretionary pot of money, that 65% should be prioritized for CBO. Again, it's a recommendation. And there's a briefing sheet here that basically says 65% of funding goes to non-city entities. And I guess I just wanted to clarify the tiering here, because I think some colleagues might be under the impression that the city is eligible for much less money under this fund, under this recommended plan than might be intended.
Yeah, so I'm actually, if we could pull up the funding breakdown briefly.
Because there's a 15% that's admin that's in the measure that can't be changed.
Yes.
But
so
this is about
that's
the
not
programmatic
counted.
funding, yeah.
Correct. So for what you're looking at right now, the program investment is where the 20% GBI first comes out of. So for $7 million, we take 20% off the top, which is around $1.5 million.
That's not her question. So I'm talking about the Sacramento Children's Fund summary, prepared by SCF administrative team, where
Can the city apply for the funds that are under the category of community-based organization? Because that gets to the city manager's point as well, is that there's a relationship between.
The city can apply.
Yes.
For funding under this measure,
Not under the measure, or the commission's
But
recommendation.
the commission's recommendation says approximately 65% of programmatic funding goes to CBO/non-city entities via an open, transparent process. That's a commission's recommendation.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm sorry, that maybe the chair of the commission come up and actually speak to the intent?
I can provide a very quick clarification for the group. This was a point of group consensus with the group very recently of changing the language from a minimum of 65%, which would be more restrictive for city programming and projects to be eligible for the funding. It's approximately 65%. So that could be below or above the 65% amount. That's the threshold that we would like to reach per the recommendation, if that's how we move forward.
And to be super clear, this is the 65, so this is 65% within the money that is not going to UBI, not going to admin.
Correct.
So this means that there's and we don't know the exact dollar amount because I'm not that good at math, but there's a percentage of this fund for programmatic purposes that the city would be eligible if we adopted this as it was written.
Correct.
Okay.
And the commission's recommendation is approximately, which is maybe another reason why we want to be careful about crafting a motion, either whenever we do so, with a little bit more precision, because the commission said approximately, and we're trying to provide guidelines. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take the mic for just a moment here because, I'm sorry?
I'm still a little confused.
Yeah, Mayor, it's not clear to me.
The commission, okay, Councilmember Valenzuela got it right. You take and so did Renee, you take 15% off the top for admin. You take 20% off the top for UBI, and this is the commission recommendation. There's the remainder of the money, which is, I guess, 65%, actually, 15 plus 65. Of the 65% remaining, the commission's recommendation is that approximately 65% of that go for the non-city nonprofits, but it is approximately. As Renee said, is that correct?
So the program investment that you see on the screen, I just want to bring everybody's attention to it, is $7 million and some change. That is the remaining, that's the program investment overall.
After the admin.
After admin.
Okay, so forget the admin. It's
GBI takes 20%. It's
Right.
$1.5 million. So you have approximately $5.5 to $6 million going towards the rest of our overall grant program investment.
Yes, if I may, and the commission recommendation then is that 65%
Of the
that
5.5,
amount
$6 million.
approximately go to CBOs.
Correct.
Okay. Is that clear?
I guess,
So
I guess my question, and I want to get on the record. Are city programs within YPSI eligible to apply for the 65%?
That's the question for the commission.
It's not exclusionary, and you can't, we can't say only CBOs will get that 65% because it's approximately 65% of CBOs. So there's an assumption that on either side of the 65%, that city projects or programs could be funded through it.
So they're eligible, so city programs are eligible for that approximately 65%. So there's a mistake, at least in one of the summary documents, correct?
Okay, then I would love for next, if yeah.
This will be
Get it-
cleaned
okay.
up when we have a motion,
So
okay?
what we'll do, and what we're already working on, is a breakdown, kind of a pyramid breakdown between the program investments. So we can put that together and bring it back to you all so you can see the funding breakdown further. And I think it'll be a little bit more clear.
Renee, here's what I'm a little confused about here. You are doing a great job as a member of the city team, correct? Working in collaboration with the commission, but I'm not sure what you're saying is what, I want to make sure that what you're saying is exactly what the commission is saying. And that's why you're answering this question. I want to hear from the commission. What do you mean by 65%, please? This is one of the reasons why it's difficult to do a motion tonight, because there's some ambiguity and some confusion about what it is that you're actually intending. So please, what does the 65% mean from the commission perspective?
Yes. So Gina Richardson,
Yes.
member of the commission. So if we take this, and the only thing I can do is take my calculator out so I can give all of this information. I'm serious. So if you look at, if we start at the 8.786,500, so we are getting rid of the 20% for the basic guaranteed income. So that's about 1.7, like you're seeing up there. So what I want to do is
20% for admin, sorry, the 8.7, and then you subtract 20% for admin, and then
Correct.
you subtract 20%.
So then I want to get the actual figure. So I want to show you the actual figure so we can tell you what the 65% of that, what that looks like for the city. I'm sorry, for CBOs versus for the city. Do you need the numbers? Because I can do
We
the
don't
numbers.
need the numbers. We need a clear definition of what the commission said when it recommended 65% of programmatic funding going to CBOs dash non-city entities. So can you tell me the definition of the commission for CBOs dash non-city entities? That's what we want to know.
Can the city apply for the 65%? That's from the commission perspective.
So as it's written, the 65% is going to CBOs, but it's of the remaining amount. So that's the reason why I was saying the amount needs to be there so you can understand it's of that amount.
Thank you. So can I suggest that we don't have to resolve this tonight unless there's going to be a vote, which now I want to speak to, okay? I'm gonna go ahead, Monica.
So it sounds to me like y'all are, and I would maybe want a clearer question from my perspective, but what are you asking? What is the question?
We're asking whether or not you intend, the commission, that the 65% remaining, that the approximate 65% for CBOs, can the city apply for that money or not? That's the question. Because the document says that they can't. So what?
The commission, we unanimously approved that 65% would be going towards community-based organizations.
Not the city. Okay, so you answered the question, and thank you. That's all.
No, she answered the question.
No, she's answering a different question. The 65% recommended as approximent for of the remaining money.
Right.
So there is still money available, programmatic money that the city can apply for.
35%, approximately 35%
of the programmatic money.
of the remaining budget that is that would be for potentially for city.
Okay.
Exactly. 35% from the 65%, plus the admin.
Yes.
Plus, yes, we got it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you, Monica. Thank you.
Just say that I think it's important to recognize too that we, as a commission, deliberated on this multiple times.
I understand.
And, a couple of us, we all came to consensus that we agreed that 65% approximately made sense.
We understand.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I
so.
think that the city attorney had mentioned during our meetings that is subject to the RFP process as well.
Understood. I think where the commission's recommendations are is clear. And the way the measure is written is that the commission makes a recommendation and the city council makes the decision. And that was a subject actually of negotiation when we drafted Measure L, because Measure G, the predecessor, did not have the city council actually approving it. So I know it's difficult, but this was helpful in terms of the clarity. So I want to get to the percentage question in a moment, but I want to start with just a couple of substantive things that I sort of see, maybe for the long term. I love the work that the commission did. I love that you highlighted UBI, Universal Basic Income, for all the reasons that my colleagues stated and that you stated. Here's what I worry about over the long term of the Measure L implementation. I worry that it's so little money overall that we spread ourselves a mile wide and an inch deep to try to solve as many problems as possible. And so I'm not going to be here, but if I were staying, I would fight actually to up that UBI number significantly, because I would rather do one thing or two things really well and impactful, and rather than do a lot of things. Like mental health is a great one. So most of you know, or some of you may not know, but I've spent my life and career fighting for a better mental health system, right? Prop 63 and all that jazz. I actually, this is surprising you, I wouldn't recommend spending any of this money on mental health. Is this the count? No, I know, shock. Because it's so little money, that's the county's job. We passed Prop 63, the millionaire's tax, all the money goes to the county, not to the city. So if I have, it's choices here. I'd rather spend it on UBI. I'd rather spend it on, on making sure our public facilities, as Eric says, and others have said, are in good place. I'd rather spend it on one or two initiatives. So this isn't going to be solved tonight or even in the next couple of months, but it's more of a long-term concern that I have, that spend it on one or two things if you can. And that's a collaboration, again, between the commission and the staff, because it's not enough money to be able to make the kind of impact that Measure L is intended to make by doing too many things with it. So that's one thing. Secondly, this question about geography. I just want to state my opinion. Geography is relevant because there are a number of places in the city that we know that have been underinvested in for not just years, but decades, as a result of intentional discrimination, by the way, and redlining. And, not but, the Measure L expenditures over time must not exclude children in need who live in higher income neighborhoods. You know, and so the UBI is a perfect, I think, good example, because there are foster children in District 1. So it doesn't matter where the foster child comes from. Now, in terms of which parks we work on in terms of priority, that to me does matter. Where geography, because some areas of the city have community service districts and have resources, and others do not. So it's relevant depending upon the project. Now, let's talk about timing and process here. So I would love to vote tonight. In fact, I'd be ready to vote tonight, yes, on the plan with some adjustments as recommended by my colleagues, maybe even out the split a little bit between the nonprofits and the CBOs and the city. You know, I don't know, 50-50 maybe, I don't know. Sounds pretty good to me. I'm willing to do that tonight. And it's hard for me as mayor sometimes. I'm not looking for any of your sympathy, but it's a little hard to be the bad guy here all the time when I'm the one who, I've spent my life and career fighting for young people. Sacramento Start, you want to talk history? I mean, and I'm here saying we shouldn't vote tonight. And I know that's disappointing. Okay, I want to tell you why. I want to tell you why, because I'm also in the business of politics in the best sense of the word. And here's what I see. 3 colleagues here, good colleagues, by the way, who will work hard to come to a consensus, have said very clearly, 4 colleagues, excuse me, 4 colleagues have said, we'd rather wait another 2 weeks so that we can get all this right. So I probably could help my colleagues who are in favor of this, including myself, to vote tonight, to get a 5-4 vote, and you'd all leave, and we'd leave cheering because you got a victory. And guess what? Win the battle and lose the war big time. Because the colleagues here, the good colleagues, would be upset because their request for being able to take a little bit more time was not acceded to. And in this business, we show that courtesy to one another. And we won a 9-0 vote on this thing in 2 weeks, not a 5-4 vote. So, okay, I'll be the bad guy because I believe that it's in the best interest of our kids, the people who work so hard for Measure U, the people I'm looking out here, to have a strong majority, if not unanimity, because guess what? People are going to change. Chantal, great member, not on the city council in 3 months. Katie Valenzuela, fighter, not on the council, 3 months. Daryl Steinberg, well, maybe that's an okay trade, but not on the city council in 3 months. And so, what are you talking about, a 5-4 vote? Really? That's not the way you want to start this thing. There's going to be a dozen other votes here on RFPs, on everything else. So, yes, I think we should wait 2 weeks, and we're going to strive to take this. I already know what I'm going to write it in my head right now. And by the way, you're going to be happy with it. Everyone is, because it's going to do the right thing by the commission's recommendations with some tweaks, and some clarity, because this question at the end, there's a little bit of confusion here with some clarity, and we're all going to walk out huge winners on the 24th of September. Okay, so that's I want to win this for the long haul for you and the kids, and that's what I think what we do tonight. If we put this off for 2 weeks, take this input and write a good motion. Okay, Mai, why don't you take the last word here, unless Karina.
Thanks, Mayor. That's okay. Mayor Pro Tem can take the last word. I appreciate you kind of laying out that you want to take this vote in 2 weeks, and I will honor that. In good spirit to my colleagues on this dais who wants that 2 weeks. I don't want to do that, but in good spirit, I think that's important because we want to get this right, because there is no blueprint, and we want to be a leader in this country and show that our amazing commission had the right recommendation. We tweaked it a little bit, but the majority of it came from them. So I'm okay waiting the 2 weeks, but I do want to use this moment to kind of rebuttal my colleagues, and kindly, because I do think that this is an important discussion to have about equity and some of the points that were raised. And so I just want to first say thank you to my colleagues for all speaking up and really sharing your insight from your own perspective as a council member through your lens of how you serve your community. And I want to say that because I know every day you're fighting incredibly hard for your district. I just want to remind people that this 5-year investment is really about supporting an ecosystem of safety net for our youth, right? And we're going to need both city and CBOs. And I think my colleagues agree with me, because I've heard from them that this is not about competition, but this is about working together. So it's about an ecosystem, because we don't have that. I'm going to share that during the pandemic, there is a reason why city staff and this mayor and council put RFPs out to our CBOs to get dollars out during the pandemic, because we knew that as a city, we couldn't do it alone, that we couldn't reach our most vulnerable youth. And so to ignore our CBOs would be, that is a false premise. We need our CBOs, right? I want to talk a little bit about the C tool. It is used as a guide. It is not the end tool, right? I see the C tool as the greatest opportunities to address inequities where we can make a larger impact. Because as you heard from the mayor, the dollars, it may sound like a lot, but it's not a lot to stretch, right? So we got to think about how are we going to make the largest impact. I just want to uplift from Commissioner from District 1 who spoke today, and I just want to uplift her comments. And she's right, that while D1 may not have many CBOs on the map from the C tool, many of the programs that you rely on comes from city program. And I heard that loud and clear, right? And it goes back to my first statement of this is about supporting an ecosystem of CBOs and city programs. We need both. I also want to share that this plan that the commission worked really hard on, it's open to other tools, right? There was another speaker from District 1 who said, hey, why don't we use the free lunch tool? Well, I just want to note the Children Opportunity Index that the commission suggested actually has that as an indicator, right? And that was still the map, because this is about largest impact. It doesn't mean that, we're going to miss, because there are folks in my district, and I always say this, and I know this is going to hurt me in terms of votes, but I have areas in my district, neighborhoods that are doing better than Meadowview and Valley High. And if I had a pot of money, I would invest that in my neighborhoods that are struggling. That is the right thing to do. That is the moral imperative to do as a city council member, and we should be doing that citywide. The investment plan is an approach that is not about
we're benefiting one group over the other. But it's about making sure that our strategies are tailored to the needs of the communities that are farthest from the resources. And yes, this is actually for all kids. I know a council member to say we need to serve all kids. I absolutely agree with that. When you help our most vulnerable youth, you'll be able to lift all kids. That's really important. I also want to mention about park maintenance. That's a priority for me. That's the reason why we're always fighting for grants, because Meadowview Park, 24th Bypass, bathrooms, they need updated. I have bathrooms in my district, but we got so many bathrooms throughout the city that needs support that if we were fighting over bathrooms, these dollars are not going to impact our most vulnerable youth. That was the intent of the measure. So yes, work with me to work on a park bond. Let's find funding for our parks, but then let's also put some equity language. Let's put some equity language in that park measure as well. That's important. So I know we're not going to vote tonight. Mayor kind of laid the foundation for that, but I think I really wanted to mention that. And, you know, in the direction, I'm looking forward to the conversation in 2 weeks, but I do believe that we can provide direction to explore additional tools, because the SEED and the COI is just 2 tools. It's open to more tools. And I actually trust that once we pass it 2 weeks from now, I trust our city staff and our commission to work through the implementation with our Office of Equity and Diversity, our YPSI staff, to actually drill down and make more explicit in the RFP process and engagement of how we're actually going to reach our targeted youth. There's no way, if we on the dais are debating these like really key technical, we're not going to be able to do this on the dais. We got to leave it to the experts to work through the RFP. I also heard another concern that what if we don't have the capacity to do the RFP process because it's a grant? Well, that's the reason why the measure actually called out for administrative costs, starting at 20% and then turning it down to 10% to maintain those city operations. We thought through that, right? Because we know that if you don't got city staff implementing this, it's not going to happen. I appreciate Councilmember Jennings' remarks on the 2-year contracts, but ensuring that we have a year evaluation and we're not waiting like 2 years later, I think that's important, right? Holding entities accountable. CBOs and city. I think that's really important. I'm cool with the 50-50. I know the commission, wanted 65, but I know we got to work politics, so we got to do 50-50. I'm okay with that. But at the end of the day, for me, this is not about city or this is not about CBO. I'm a youth advocate. Your program, whether you're a city or CBO, better reach our most vulnerable youth. That's the most important thing that matters to me, whether it's a city or a CBO. And if you're not doing that, you shouldn't be getting those funds. That's just the reality, right? And I trust that the RFP and the panel will do justice to that. I just want to say we're not going to be able to solve all the issues with Measure L. Like, we know that, right? But how we use these dollars to make the most impact is going to be critical. We have a system now that is already set up to have the outcomes we have and the disparities that we see. But this council, we got to have the political courage to do something different, because what we're doing now is not working. And if we don't learn how to recognize this, we can throw out the word equity, right? But if we don't have the political courage to do right by our communities that's impacted by poverty, violence, and trauma, then all of us are replicating the same system that we're trying to fight against. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation 2 weeks from now, hoping it's unanimous, that includes all of my colleagues' input, but that at the core of what we do, it's got to be about equity. It's got to be about equity, and these dollars are not a lot. But what are we going to do with these dollars to have the most impact? And that's the question that we should be asking. And that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have
Yeah.
comment? You want to save it for next week, or go ahead?
I mean, I could just say it for next week, just the UBI 20%, or 2 weeks. The UBI 20%, where that gets incorporated into our feedback is something to.
The city manager and I have been whispering a little bit. That's probably going to be a subject for further discussion and debate. Okay? Very good. All right. We're going to make a motion to continue for 2 weeks.
So moved?
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. So, by the way, in the crafting of all this motion and all this business, I intend to work with the commission and with Councilmember Vang, just so my intent is clear, and all of you, hearing everything that everyone said tonight, because...
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I could add, I appreciate you mentioned that you'll work with the commission and this, but a lot of the points that were made today about the funding and the concerns, or because of our Parks Commission and our other Parks Commissioners' concerns about our services. So
Understood.
I want to make sure that if we're looking at this, because all of it, as we said, comes from the general fund, that you reach out to that youth commission, that
Absolutely. That's an excellent reminder, and I will, and we will. It's not me. I just gonna work to see if I can, with the city manager, incorporate all this input and see if we can move forward really strongly, because a strong vote in 2 weeks will mean strong votes down the line as we implement. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll see you soon. Okay, very good. That concludes the council agenda. We do have council ideas and questions, as well as public testimony on items not on the agenda. How many people do we have on not on the agenda?
Mayor, I have 18 speaker slips for matters not on the agenda.
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
First one is Mia Tomei San,
When?
Gregory Pope. Maybe Albion Sandoval,
Do you mind doing this stuff?
Nancy Azevedo, Mary Tapple. So I'm assuming some people have left, so I don't see Maya. Thank you. Gregory Pope, Rebecca Sandoval, Nancy Azevedo, Mary Tapple, Charles Faust. And if you want to come up and just tell me your name so we can make sure we get everybody.
Hi, Miss Mindy. My name is Maya Tomei. My government last name is Sakanari. I am the only Sakanari of Maya Tomei in the United States.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
I know. I was illegally arrested, detained by black gypsies of 2300 J Street. I got a felony vandalism, and yes, I am guilty. I have a mugshot, and I have an XREF number of 4150638. I know what I did. I had to go downtown to realize it. It's wonderful seeing people like Mr. Reyes in here. And at 35 years old, I was at one time in a youth advocate for my mayor. I'm getting to my point. I don't like Kathy Lester. I don't know what happened to that mixed black and Asian man. They sent a little Vietnamese man to come get a Japanese mixed thick woman, Miss Valenzuela. Okay, I'm a little upset. I feel very strong. Mr. Jennings, the 2nd, District 7. Miss Mai, I love you. Your sis-
Ma'am, please direct all the comments to the full council. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, I think looking at like everything for 911, they need to be more active. Leonardo Valdez stole my vehicle. He shouldn't have. He has gangs of MOB in Oak Park. Why did I call? Growing up in East Sacramento, Miss Ma'am. I grew up in East Sacramento. Why did I call in Oak Park and nobody came? And I wasn't on my medication, but I was high as hell. Okay? I don't do drugs. I might find a new temple. Amen.
Your comments, your time is complete.
Bye.
Gregory Pope, Rebecca Sandoval, Nancy Azevedo.
Not this bitch.
And if you want to come up and let me know your name, I know somebody, it's late, I bet people have left. Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Greg Pope. I'm a sergeant with Twin Rivers Unified School District Police Department. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the Joshua House that is located near our Garden Valley Elementary School, which is in the Twin Rivers School District in the Northgate area. I want to speak to you tonight about communication. As many of you know, the city of Sacramento has a good neighbor policy designed to foster communication between new establishments and surrounding neighborhoods, as well as existing establishments. This policy is intended to provide an opportunity to address potential issues both before and after a new establishment opens. Unfortunately, Twin Rivers, the surrounding neighborhood, and its associations have received no proactive communication from the Joshua House. We respectfully request that the Joshua House and the city of Sacramento take immediate steps to bridge this gap and build our communications. The second topic I want to address tonight is the health concerns in that area. Twin Rivers has previously expressed these concerns both to the Joshua House and this council regarding the location of this facility across the street from one of our elementary schools. Trash around the school and the construction site has become a major concern for both the district and local parents. For years, South Natomas Unified has been diligently picking up trash that has been left behind by unhoused individuals, and this effort continues today. However, the accumulation of garbage and hazards near the construction site are unacceptable, especially considering that our young children must encounter it going to and from schools. And the last one I want to talk about is our mental health of our students. We are deeply concerned about the possibility of our students, young children ranging from ages 5 to 12, being exposed to the sites of individuals who have passed away being transported from this facility. It is crucial that we all remain mindful of our youngest learners and what they are exposed to in our communities. We bring these concerns with the hope we share our expectations that both Joshua House and the city ensure that appropriate measures are in place and that the good neighbor policy is adheres to.
Thank you for your comments. Our next
you, guys.
speaker
Have
is
a good
Rebecca
evening.
Sandoval.
I'm here to speak about an article in the city headlines, August 28th, outlining a blueprint for future parks. The 2040 General Park Plan erroneously states that South Natomas is well served by parks, with almost all residential areas within 10 minutes walk of a park or green space. Members of South Natomas United have informed the City Council they have to walk 45 minutes to take their children to parks with no restrooms. There is a lack of parks in South Natomas, Gardenland, Garden Valley, and Northgate communities. Unhoused families residing in motels off of Northgate Boulevard are relegated to take their children to play in parking lot of local businesses, affecting those businesses. I'd hope the District 3 Parks Commissioner would advocate for more parks off of Northgate and be concerned that the report contains erroneous information. Over 30 years ago, 2 lots off of Northgate Boulevard and across from Garden Valley Elementary School were gifted to the city for the public good. These lots are ideal for a park or community center. However, the only city proposal was a homeless shelter that did not materialize as a result of concern for safety of our youngest students. The city then leased the smaller lot at $1 a year for 50 years for a hospice for homeless 3 yards from the school and gave them $450,500 of funds designated for Northgate Boulevard under the guise of economic recovery. The city uses the district fields for youth sports and Friday night lights. It is concerning that proposals have been made to use our school lot to build a park. You have 2 vacant lots for over 30 years in which to build a park or community space. The general plan states there will be an increased investment in neighborhood and community parks to ensure more equitable access to park benefits for all residents. I only wish the communities of Gardenland, Northgate, and Garden Valley will be
Thank you for your
treated
comments.
equitably.
Our next speaker is Nancy Azevedo.
And City Clerk, I just want to let Trustee Sandoval, we're going to be meeting as my Assistant City Manager Jazzo is helping me coordinate a meeting for the community.
Ready? Good evening. My name is Nancy Azevedo. I'm from District 2, Del Paso Heights Community Association. I'm here advocating for our bike trail. There has been a lot of progress on our bike trail, but it is still lacking, very, very lacking. And it looks like, in a lot of areas, it just looks like a desert. There's no greenery. We have a lot of trash that we, as a community, along with the city, have collaborated and going and doing trash pickups. We've been doing this for a few months, and a lot of the problem is that we see is that there's no trash cans along the bike trail, for one. We, as a community, have put out our own trash can, and it is utilized. I know before they said that they didn't want to put them out because they were being vandalized, but it's time to put them back out. Instead of having the trash all over the ground, which may happen anyway, but if we don't have them there, that's exactly where it's going to go. And talk about parks and going 50-50 equity on the thing you were talking about right before. Still waiting on Mama Mark's Park. It's a little park, a little splash park in Del Paso Heights. It's been way overdue. It's been put off and put off, money allocated somewhere else. It started up again, and now it's stopped, and it was supposed to be done in March. It was supposed to be done August 1st, and here we are in September, and it's still not complete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mary Tapple, Charles Faust, Ryan Misano.
Members of the council and city manager, I'm here mainly to thank you so much for the cleanup that has occurred on along the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail, particularly in the Camp Resolution area. Now it's much safer to travel through there to our American River Parkway, and that's where we're going to be going on a bike fest on October 5th. We're going all the way to just south of the American River. But anyway, I hope you can see this. I don't know if this thing is set on, but we have particularly a lot of 311 calls for the gazebo at the intersection of Altos and Grove to be cleaned up. It had gotten a lot of garbage dumping on it, dirty mattresses, and people putting dogs and also trying to camp right in the gazebo area, so people couldn't access the drinking fountain and also could not access the exercise equipment that's there. But now it's all been cleaned up, and that's really nice, and particularly that the garbage has been removed completely from the gazebo. People are no longer bringing in their great big grocery carts full of garbage and trying to occupy that so that no one else can use it. I was very happy to be able to take a drink along there. And also want to mention the Mama Mark's Park splash pad does need to be completed. It keeps getting the funds keep getting allocated elsewhere, and it needs to be completed. It's going to be almost 4 years since this October. It's going to be 4 years since little Michaela Brent was shot and killed there, and her mother grievously wounded. The little girl was only 9 years old. So the community really needs that commitment that the city made to be followed through with. And lastly, whatever you do with the city yard at the intersection of Eleanor and traction right there by our bike trail, it cannot be used as a safe
Thank you for your
state.
comments.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Charles Faust, but I don't see Charles. Ryan Misano, then Guy Stevenson. Do you want to come up? Oh, Mr. Misano's on his way. So Ryan Misano, Guy Stevenson, David Phillips.
Is your projector still broken?
The projector is not allowed to use for projection.
Not surprised. Councilman Jennings said a quote that I like: "Failure to prepare is preparing to fail." Indeed, and right now, we need to prepare to make citizens independent, free of the slavery of government dependency. Sacramento citizens don't need money for children from the government. We need the government to stop stealing our money with income taxes, allied with the bankers and stealing from us with the IRS, other taxes, and banks and credit card interest, which is usury. Big government is always a failure. Big government should not be giving a dime to nonprofits. Your job is to fund the police, fire department, and fix the roads. That's all we need you for. Also, the best way to help young people is to stop stealing from their fathers with the income tax so that men can support wives and children on one income. And stop working men like slaves. Men worked 4 months out of the year to support a wife and children 500 years ago. Today, men are lucky to get 3 weeks off. Oh yes, men today can barely pay the bills, working way more hours with their wives working. We live in a democratic republic where the elected officials are selected by the people. That means you work for us. We don't work for you. That means you listen to us. We don't listen to you. You have no power except the power given you by God and the people. Right now, God is angry with every single one of you. We have a crazy idea in cities around America, including Sacramento, that citizens don't have the right to address individual council members or city employees. We absolutely do have that right, and any more interruptions of criticism of city council and city employees' bad behavior will be slapped with the First Amendment lawsuit. When I hear some of you shouting out helplessly, "Point of order," as you try to interrupt the facts and logic that expose your corruption, I'm reminded of a Chihuahua attacking a Doberman Pinscher. So you've changed tactics now. Now it's time to start ignoring. It's not going to work. It's pretty funny though. So you have to understand this psychological terrorism and Marxist jamming. It's not going to work. People are waking up. Your time is limited.
Thank you for your comment.
Madam Clerk, can I make a motion to continue past 9:30?
Yes, do I have a second? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. So I have a council.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next speaker is Guy Stevenson and then David Phillips.
I want to address this first and foremost, the mayor and city council members. Tomorrow, you know, is a big day. It means a lot to me, and that's 9/11. I don't want anybody to forget our men and women, firemen, police in New York. I've been there numerous times since that tragic day, and it's very, very touching to me. It means a lot to me, and I wish all of you tomorrow can take 5 minutes, just 5 minutes out of your schedule to say a prayer for those people, and even the people that are still alive, that are suffering because of that tragic day. Like I said, and my commander used to be the deputy city clerk. I mean, I think he was the deputy or the colonel, and good man and good leader. And he's retired. He doesn't work for the city anymore, obviously. But I am asking everybody to just honor those people, and because it does mean a lot to me. I appreciate it, and you should run for mayor. Like I said, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. David Phillips, Twykandu Strang, and then Michael Coleman.
Okay, I think I gave you guys the handout. Okay, all right.
I'll pass it now.
I think.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I'm David Phillips, and I'm in District 3. I moved to Natomas in 2000, and basically I have every service that there is in front of my house: a mailbox, the bus stop, electrical box, a SMUD box, the light, you name it. Sometime in later, I want to say about after 2000, but before 2008, there was a stop sign installed in front of my house that stops right in the center of my driveway. And so, as you can go along with the little slides. And so, basically, sometime in 2008, this intersection or stop sign that they put in front of my house is supersized. In other words, it's greater than the size of any other three-way stop that I've seen in Sacramento. And sometime in 2008, I got pulled over in my driveway by entourage of cops, blocked in my driveway. I have all the pictures right there. Basically telling me that I made an illegal turn into my driveway, which is the arrow that you see in the illustration, and I was blocked in there. And so basically that was in 2008, and I went to court over that, and it got thrown out. And so here it is now, and I'm getting a code violation from the code people. Basically just say that my house is a public nuisance and saying that my driveway is too large. It's greater than 50% and it needs to be decreased. And so the code lady came out and she started, basically the 311 system has been, I think, has been used as a tool of, it's broken. So because somebody can basically use it as a tool to get against me, if you just want to say. And so they've used that, and they filed something against me, and the code lady came out the other day and did measurements.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Sir, do you give consent to the city clerk to give us your contact information?
Yes,
from the
please.
speaker
Somebody
slip so that
please
we can follow
contact
up
me.
with
This is
you?
out of control. Please.
Happy to
Thank
follow
you.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I shouldn't even be here. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
All right. Sorry, you guys.
No worries. Twykandu. I don't see movement. Is it Twykandu String? No. Michael Coleman, Susan Alcop, Ashley Ramsey, Barry Atticus, Mandeep Singh, Mac, Keon, and Julie Rotten. So just let me know your name.
Hello, my fellow city council members. My name is Susan Alhawk. I am, and I still will represent Camp Resolution. As you know, as of August 26th, my camp was swept. There was 52 residents there. I am one of the 52 residents. Some of us went to Roseville Road. Some of us went to Auburn Boulevard. Unfortunately, me and my husband, for some reason, got left out. We have been without shelter, have no place to call home, have no place to be safe. I am a B average student. I'm back in school. I'm 54 years old. I go to Highlands Community Charter School. I haven't missed a day yet. But unfortunately, the day that I got swept, I missed 3 days. Why? Because I couldn't focus on my school. Because I had nowhere to sit down and do my homework. I had nowhere to put my mind to thinking what I could do for school. So this being said, I need to know what can we do, or not we, I'm gonna say you guys. What can you guys do to secure me a stability so I could achieve to go back to school and finish out my schooling? I graduate in January, you guys. January is not that far away. All I need is somewhere to call home for me and my husband. My husband has somatic seizures. Okay, and it's kind of hard dealing with that and going to school and not knowing where the hell you're going to lay your head at or where you're going to feel safe at. Ever since then, I have not had a night's sleep that I can say I can actually go back to school and feel like I'm regenerized to focus on my schooling. This is not fair. I can't speak for everybody that's at that camp. The only person who I can speak for is myself because I'm the only person who is talking to you guys. Something has to happen, and it has to happen now. Not tomorrow, not next week, no proposing. We can't put nothing on hold. By the way, also, but your DCR people, that's a joke. I got told yesterday that I cannot get assistance at 2:45 in the fucking afternoon. Are you serious? He cannot help me, put me in no kind of shelter? I had to find my own shelter for me and my family.
Your time is complete.
I don't care. Y'all gonna still hear me.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
For real?
Next speaker, please.
I bet y'all think y'all motherfuckers front door. I promise you that. Find me my housing before I leave here tonight. Figure that part out.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your time, council members. And of course, it's late, so I really do appreciate you all. My name is Ashley Ramsey, and I oversee the Tiny Tots University program at the South Natomas Community Center. Since 2000, we have been dedicated to providing early learning education experiences for children between the ages of 2 to 6 years old. However, I come to you today with the urgent issue that threatens our ability to continue serving our community and community instability. 2 weeks ago, just 1 week before the start of school year, we were informed by the city of Sacramento of a dramatic increase in our rental rates. First $90 an hour, then it went down to $60 an hour. This evening, you guys talked about other programs, providing learning programs for children that are nonprofits, for parents who are not approved through Child Action, for new arrivals, we don't use the word immigrants anymore, and also too for children who are allergic to vaccines. We are that program. And because of that, that is a 242% hike. That would compel us to charge $400 a week for the parents in our community. That's not acceptable. We don't do that. We offer affordable child care for everyone. And it's not even child care, it's learning enrichment programs. It jeopardizes our ability to be able to continue to do the work that we're serving. I need your help. I either need to continue to be an independent contractor as we did back in the year 2000, or I need another city building where I can continue to offer services for the children. It is really sad in my heart that I had to turn away parents 1 week before school started. Not only that, I was told that I had to pay $60 an hour to move around furniture to prepare for a new school year. This is a disservice, and I am really saddened at the state of Sacramento, the city of Sacramento, and I know you guys had nothing to do with that, but something needs to be done. I really need your help. I will give you my contact information, but we have been doing the work for multicultural children since the year 2000 when the community center was founded. I need your help, and I will be available. Thank you.
Ma'am, can I please have, Matt, can you raise your hand? I know you reached out to our council office, and I approached you with the Parks Department, and we need to get back to you. I know
and thank
it got
you for your help.
increased.
I do appreciate
so
it.
So if you can connect with Matt, we got to get this solved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If this council were as deliberate, thoughtful, and motivated in solving the homeless crisis as they have been here tonight, as you've all been tonight, you've asked good questions, thoughtful questions, You really wanted to know the truth. You wanted to get to the bottom of it. I respect that. I think that's honorable. The homeless crisis is still as yet unresolved. And I feel inspired, and I don't know if it's God, I have no idea, but I feel inspired to do something. I feel inspired to speak because they're not here. They're not here. I mean, we had all these people tonight that came and spoke about the youth, and we've got to do something for the kids, the youth. And that's wonderful. What about the homeless? They're not here to speak. I drove around Fruit Ridge Road before coming to this meeting trying to find my friend to bring her here so she could tell you her story. I couldn't find her. You know why I couldn't find her? Because she got evicted. She was given 20 minutes to gather up her things. She wouldn't give up her pets, so she didn't get the shelter that she needed. And then she wandered the streets for 4 days, and I can't find her. If this is going to be solved, it's going to come through collaboration and compromise. You guys, you're politicians, you guys all know about that. You know how that works. I don't have to explain or describe it. But it's going to be through collaboration and compromise. And I'm here to facilitate that. I feel inspired to speak out on their behalf and help facilitate that. So you have my contact information. Please get in touch with me.
Thank you for your comments. Barry Akias, I don't see. So Mandeep Singh.
Hello, Council. My name is Mandeep Singh. I'm the Sacramento Regional Director for Jakarta Movement. We're the largest Punjabi Sikh organization working in California for sure, but if not the United States. Some of you I know. I just came here we came here to support the discussion that was happening today with the great work of the commission. However, I wasn't going to speak, but now I feel compelled to. I wear a kirpan, and before I've had issues coming in here wearing the kirpan. We had this dance last year. I emailed Ms. Mindy here, asked for a specific wording that you all have as a city council. What is your code around this? And the direction I was given, Mr. Guerra replied to that email saying that he himself worked on a Kirpan resolution in 2009, right? And the direction I was given by Ms. Mindy is they don't have a code, you guys don't have a rule around this. So this goes to the discretion of whoever the sergeant is. The gentleman back there was kindly, actually I was led in first, obviously no issue. He kindly came up and told me that, hey, I have to remove my kirpan, which I said I won't. I'll leave, but I'm not gonna remove it. He said, okay, can you just wear it underneath your shirt then? Which I said, okay, I'll make that compromise. However, when I went to the restroom and I was about to come back, the police officers out there told me next time they're not gonna let me in. Personally, for me, I really don't care because I organize in my community. I don't need to be here. I'll send other people here to, engage in the political process. But there's probably people that look like me probably don't show up here. And this is why, because we are excluded from the political process. So the reason I'm doing this a year later, again, the same exact conversation is for those people. I really hope. I had a meeting with the mayor upstairs last year. He said the office was going to do something. Nothing happened. I appreciate y'all for listening, though. Hopefully, one of y'all can get this going so we can tell the sergeants that you actually don't have a rule around this, and they're kind of making the
Thank you for your comments.
And by the way, the state capitol allows Sikhs to walk in there.
Thank you for your comments.
Capital of California.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mac, then Keon Bliss, then Julie Roten.
Hey, y'all. I told Miss Susan that I would speak because I think that's what you guys know me to do, right? I just come in here and stand with everybody who comes in to tell you about the ways in which these systems failed them. You know, I stand with youth who tell you, and I think I got here because the truth is that I was a youth that this council failed. Eric, I've been talking to you for almost a decade. Rick, I've been speaking to you for almost a decade. Here I am now, 10 years later, a 35-year-old parent in this community. So still struggling, right? And then all my friends are struggling, and then I work with people who are struggling. And it just kind of breaks my heart. This is why I think I told you, like, I come in and I yell half the time. Is because I've actually sat in this space with some of you for 10 years. with so many people who have known what they needed and have never gotten it. Because instead what we focus on is economic development, when the truth is it's the development that is making the things unaffordable for our community members to thrive. Like, we want to bring more businesses, we want to bring all the things, but the truth is like even homelessness. This is a housing market issue. It is the housing market that is causing homelessness. It is not people's laziness. It is not drug addiction. It is not mental health crisis. It is the fact that housing prices and renting have gotten so out of touch from even the wages. That was how I got here, Eric and Rick. Do you remember that? The Fight for 15 campaign. And you all signed a deal for $15 an hour for 6 years later. And now $15 doesn't do anything. $20 doesn't do anything. You know? And unless you make $32 or $35 an hour in this community, you can't afford a one-bedroom apartment. And then you live outside, and then unless people are willing to take your shelters, you sweep them. And I'll keep coming, and I'll keep saying these things to you for more decades.
Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Keon Bliss, thank you. Keon Bliss, then Julie Roten. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Keon Bliss, then Julie Roten will be our final speaker.
City Council, you have a problem, and it has more to do with just the structure of how things are made here within the city. It's really has a lot to do with the culture, which unequivocally is rooted in scrutinizing and minimizing and dismissing the voices, concerns, and input, as well as the impact the city has on our most marginalized community members, particularly Black, brown, women, and young people. And as much as I'd love to take your word for it and give you the benefit of the doubt that you'll come back in 2 weeks ready to approve what was discussed earlier tonight, I really have a hard time trusting that when majority of you seem fit to just defer a lot of your authority and power to one unappointed city staffer, the city manager. I mean, I see it all the time. And a lot of other people have been noticing it too. And you damn well should believe that it goes without saying. He's the CEO, but you all act as if you're the board, and you all are resigned to act as if it's the board of directors, when you should be using your power and authority to direct him to execute the strategic visions that you want, that the community members, your constituents, want you to do. I noticed that the conversation around transparency and accountability, we only talk about transparency and accountability when it's coming from commissions that are primarily comprised of Black, brown, or young voices, like the Police Commission or the Youth Commission. And we never seem to have that issue or want to talk about that when it comes to bigger things like police funding. Maybe that's easier when the majority of you are getting $120,000 from their lobbying association. But
thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Julie Roten.
How do you think about that?
Thank you for your comments. Julie?
Well, thanks for still being here. I think I was the first public comment. And now I'll just wrap it up. And thanks for staying. Okay. I wasn't going to speak again, but my social worker heart got a little bit crushed tonight during the discussion about Measure L. And I want to ask you, and if you can talk with your colleagues that aren't here, to just try a little tenderness for your nonprofit sector, implying that we don't take care of our employees because we're not union. My dad ran the plumbers union here. I am a union girl. I take care of my people. We don't have a union. There's more than one way to take care of your people. We dream of multi-year funding, like what's being talked about with Measure L, but it feels like the council doesn't trust nonprofits with a 2 or 3 year grant. And some of you are nonprofit leaders up on the dais there, and I know that your organizations have integrity. I know my organization has integrity, but it hurts a little bit to be regarded that way. Implications that we lack that integrity We manage grants, we report monthly, we report quarterly, report annually. We do what we say we're going to do, or we don't get funded the next time. Doesn't matter what the funding source is. We've picked up the pieces in Gardenland Northgate for 60 years. There was a senior center on Northgate Boulevard. The city closed it and said, why don't you take over the Grandparents Club? There was a teen center on Northgate Boulevard. They said, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to give you about $500 and you can help with those teens. We're going to do the work, but a little tenderness would help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor Pro Tem, I have no more speakers.
Okay, council comments, questions, ideas, AB reports. Councilmember Guerra?
First, I just want to thank Julie for all her great work, and also, we know we've been pushing a lot in Oakey Park in that area, and so I appreciate her engagement here, and from being the first to the last speaker, that just shows the commitment, and proud to have her as a District 6 constituent here as well. And speaking of great nonprofits, I want to talk about also not only Stanford Settlement, but this weekend we'll be working with Saba to do our District 6 family cargo bike ride. And this is an effort to bring awareness in the community about the need for drivers and to pay attention that many families use their bikes as their form of transportation for school and for work. Just today, I dropped off my kid. This week I've been dropping off my kid his first week of school at the Language Academy, which means I have to go down Broadway and cross Stockton Boulevard, then go drop off my kid to his daycare center here downtown. And it's been an experience where I'm running into a lot of families who are using that way of transportation for many reasons, economic reasons, for health reasons, but still drivers are still very much not bringing that sense of understanding and kindness as well. And so we are meeting at Colonial Park at 9 o'clock. I talked a lot about Colonial Park today. We're going to do a bike ride not only through South Sac. I'm going to be starting in the earlier picking up folks over at Earl Warren Park, but the big congregation will be at Colonial Park at 9 o'clock. We'll head over to the Coloma Center. We're going to head over to East Portal Park, and then we're going to hopefully stop there and let the kids jump out and run around, because if you have kids with cargo bikes, you know that they love being on the cargo bike, but they also want to get a little rest. And then from that, we'll go, we're going to visit a brand new business there, Bike Dog, with their new food trucks, and then call it a day after that. A very family-friendly place. But encourage people to come out, and more importantly, it's leading up to Clean Air Day. We'll have a number of events leading up to October 3rd, which is California Clean Air Day. So we're encouraging people to, think about even doing one day out of the week, if you can, if you're able to not drive, to help improve our air. Even if you just commuted, if you rode your bike, if you teleworked, if that is an opportunity for you, not everybody can. I worked as a janitor at night. Sometimes that wasn't an opportunity. But if you can, we're doing that once a week as a 20% reduction in your fuel costs. It's a 20% reduction in our emissions. And hopefully it's a 20% reduction on my waistline too. So with that, hopefully everyone will join us on our District 6 community bike ride this weekend. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Guerra, and agree, Sacramento, slow down. That being said, I don't see anyone. Oh, just kidding. Councilmember Bang.
Thanks. I know it's heck late, but I'm going to use my time to just make a few announcements. There's a lot of announcements, so I'm not going to do all of them. I'm just going to do one. And that is 916 Day. That is the last 916 event, and District 8 is actually hosting the 916 on September 16th. So encouraging everyone to come out. That's this upcoming Monday with my amazing Park Commissioner Janine Gaines at the North Laguna Creek Park. It is in the evening time. Around 5 o'clock, so come join us for the last 916 day, which is actually on 916. And there's lots of events, but I know it's late, so that's going to be the event I'm going to announce.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. With that being said, the meeting's adjourned at 9:53 p.m.